Got it. Done. All right. Hello.
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 Good evening.
So without further ado, I'm going to start the rewatch.
This is episode 44
Episode number 42.
of the Gatorade only electrolytes are what plants produce.
Can you see my screen? Yes?
I don't see it yet. Try again.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Try to screen share. Oh, I'm not screen sharing. Share content. Screen. Here we go. Can you see?
I do see now. Yes, I do.
Amen. And
Can you
ladies
hear?
and gentlemen, Adam Lohr.
I hear the music of Adam Lohr.
I'll be right back.
All right, we're live.
For those watching the rerun, we'd like to welcome you to Picture Show number 42 with Jim Egan and Tracy Twyman about John Dee and the fabulous Freeport Tower. Freeport? God, I watched it already.
It works great. Are we going to start the stream?
Can you see the screen?
I see the screen loud. Will we start the stream? It's not on YouTube.
Oh, it's not? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it is. It's on James Maiden.
Oh, is it?
Yes. I'll send it to you there.
Text me the URL.
Will do.
There it is.
Let me Nice.
Perfect. It's working.
Perfect. I have to pause it for a second.
The future is so cool sometimes.
Future is cool.
Let's let some people know what's going on too.
Yeah. Sure. Can you see the screen?
I see the screen. Time loop. Let's do the time loop again.
Oops, we're paused.
That's all right. We're sharing the link, and then we'll get the stream going. We'll row this boat.
Row the boat. I'm gonna log in real quick with my phone here. Yeah, this is a great episode. It's a very magical episode.
Already got some folks in the chat. More
Nice.
joined in the Zoom. This will be quite a fun party.
This will be a fun party.
Getting some feedback. The sound test continues. Proceed as planned. There's past, present, and future gyms. So it's the present gym speaking to the past gym about the future gym. And it's all working out because this is the Lord's gym. I think you're muted on your talking device. The transcoder to the Star Trek phone. I could probably try to do the voice of Jim if Jim wants to lip sync. I could do the voice and he could move his lips and we could really confuse a lot of people. In the meantime, we're setting up for a rewatch of RxOnlyPictureshow 42. Prescription Only Picture Show 42. Retrograde RX, is that prescription or retrograde?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, but I don't hear the music. Now I hear the music.
This is fun.
Hey, there's 6 people here. Welcome to the show.
Can you hear me now?
I feel like the Verizon guy. Are you a T-Mobile guy? Man, I was a singular dude.
So did you
back
have to
in
go
the
to
day.
church to get that thing?
Me?
Yeah,
That thing. What thing?
the X on your head.
Oh man, I'm straight edge.
Oh no, I think I just got something on my forehead there. Sorry about that.
Little gnosis on the forehead.
So what are you guys giving up for Lent?
It's a secret.
How about
I
you?
think well, I feel like we're giving up our 3-hour sound check here. We're starting on time.
Weird.
So it's like a big new beginning.
We're giving up slack. We can't give up slack for Lent.
I wouldn't call it slack. We were slacking.
Who's the good Catholic and what did you give up for Lent? gonna remain reserved and not say anything about giving things up.
They're over there.
Veronica, what you know about the t-shirts? The Necromancy Never Die t-shirts are not existing yet, but they will be. They're t-shirts in Potentia.
Yes, that was Jim's design, and if we're gonna publish them, we definitely want to hone that up a little bit. But the key to all art is when you get the idea, do something right now, or you'll lose it forever. Kurt Vonnegut said, "Easy come, easy go."
Zach says he gave his dream gun in Berlin.
I see that, yeah. We're glad that you're here, Zach. It's been a while. Zach was one of our earliest consistent fans and a staunch promoter of the show. Folks, if you're bored on Saturday mornings, Zach was doing weekend morning, like Saturday morning coffee with just a little tiny splash of whiskey, reviewing the news, talking about eccentric and interesting things. So, I don't know if they're still doing it or not, but even if they're not, watching the reruns is fun. Hey, it's Ryan Martin. Thumbs up to you too, Ryan. Yeah, we got Adam Lore vinyl in Potentia, t-shirts in Potentia, Tracy's entire catalog of past published material in Potentia. We got a lot of potential, folks.
Yeah. And it will be actually.
That's if you're overlooking the exclusive, expensive, paid private hangouts at $111 a pop per person.
Yeah. And life coach sessions, of course, also.
Yeah, 555. That's the number. If you want us to make your life better for you and tell you what you're doing wrong, first buy Tracy's tapping book and then pay $555 to sbaldra@hotmail.com. We will improve you. Hey, I'm playing bass on this track.
Oh, wow.
A pretty famous band called Holt's Claw asked Adam Lore to write some music for some lyrics that they had, and Adam and I actually recorded this at Ryan Martin's dad's house, believe it or not.
Quite good.
They're down in LA. It felt like a really big deal at the time. The lyrics are all about, it's called Dawdling on the Boardwalk with my dad's best friend. And the lyrics are all about, it sounds like whoever wrote it, I think it's Travis. These guys used to do Red State Update. If you ever saw that, it's the same guys. Red State Update was like a conservative spoof, or a liberal spoof on like backwoods hillbilly conservatives. Like they both dress up like, you know, all American flags and talk like hicks. But it's funny if you've never seen a Red State Update. But I think the main singer, Travis, his last name's slipping my mind. I'm pretty sure he wrote the song, and I think it's based on a real life experience. Like he had to go down to the boardwalk with his dad's best friend and like laying on a towel and reading a book and seeing the people playing volleyball and all that kind of stuff.
The Adventure Channel says he's ready to be waterboarded in the spirit of truth while Flashdance plays.
Who says this? Adventure Channel? I'm ready to be waterboarded in the spirit of truth while Flashdance plays with my favorite inner friends here at RxPictureshow. Well, Maybe we have to add things to the in potentio list, huh?
Adventure Channel's been doing a lot of great shout-outs on Twitter and even making graphics, one of which I used on my website.
I agree, and I saw that. Yeah, we always double shout out back to the Adventurer channel because he's a kindred spirit, same vein, same stuff, man. We find each other. It's God's will. Not Holy's will. Dumb.
It's God's will. God's will.
A little water in
42 times.
there. A lot of times.
If the gods will it, we'll allow it.
Twitter.
What's that?
That's Trump's rum.
Shout out. Sure.
It's a great meme.
Have we told Discord that we're yet?
Not letting the shout out.
You better be lying, Long B.
Fucking love me.
We never even like kissed or anything, so I don't know why you would say you thought we were lovers. Just yanking our chain, trying to, you're in the wrong chat to be trying to get anybody's goat, buddy. We know about goats around here.
We got our own goats. Do you think Adam Lore will write a song about Walmart Baphomet?
Well, I mean, he's not a predictable person, but I mean, if you want to encourage Adam Lore to write a song about Walmart Baphomet, then you either have to like flatter him with how great he really is, or offer him money, or both, and he'll do it. I mean, if you say, hey, we've got $200, we need a nice, at least 3 or 4 minute song about Baphomet, even if he doesn't want to, he'll still do it, just because it's worth it,
Okay, that's an interesting idea. I like that idea.
This business is not working right on my phone.
There it is.
The show American Idol still on?
No, I don't think so. I think that, well, maybe. I know they've got America's Got Talent, which is different. But, have you seen the Masked Singer stuff?
I have not, I
But I've only seen the previews, but gee whizzikers.
So they're wearing masks?
Yeah, they were made like furry suits, like a whole huge mask, like Mickey Mouse or whatever, like, and they must have it mic'd up from the inside, and it's a famous person in the suit, and so the audience or the contestants have to guess who's singing, and it's occulty and weird, like it's really It's dark and symbolic. Like you, Tracy, it wouldn't take you 2 seconds. You'd see just the flash of the screen and go, "Oh, what the hell?" Because it's full of occulted symbolism and weird. It's not subtle. The stage lighting is super dark and like reds and purples.
Mercury in retrograde again.
Yeah, Mercury's totally in Gatorade.
I hate when Mercury's in Gatorade.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why things are working relatively well for us right now.
Yeah, my Scorpio soul seems to go pretty good. Everyone's like, Mercury's in retrograde. I'm like, I feel great. Everything's going backwards? Good.
All types of throws are welcome at our castle.
Is our stream lagging here? I'm gonna reboot.
I'm not watching the playback, so keep us on the heads up. 24 people waiting. Thank you very
I
much.
am watching the
We have
playback
about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna
in
text our
2022.
special guest who's actually in his museum and waiting to show us things.
Can you hear me, Alan Marcus? This is present Jim.
Is this? No, this is present Jim in 2022. Talking to past Jim from, was it 2018? What was the year of this?
2016,
Just waiting for Haley's
17?
comment.
Was it 2017?
Too many Jims.
So when past Jim laughed, will present Jim laugh? And will future Jim laugh? So we'll have 3 Jims laughing?
Most likely, it'd be a very fortunate thing to have 3 Jims laughing.
I don't know if my Twitter link works. Oh, nice. Looks like it worked.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and text Jim.
I just got gas.
I'm right here.
Yeah, this
Yeah.
is
Isn't technology great?
confusing.
I guess just call
Did you
me Jim
finally
from
get
here on
that
out
text
tonight.
from
Gem.
SB?
Oh, I usually do call you Gem.
Gem.
James?
Hey. Is Adam Moore not singing this?
Yeah,
I gotta find out. Adam Lore, if you're in the chat, please answer this question. Are you singing what's playing right now? Thank you.
Is it his song?
No, it's a different guy's song.
Oh. Is he friends with that guy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Hey Jacob, have you thought about what is it possible that maybe they're lying to us about when Mercury goes into Gatorade?
Some of the luminary research we've done kind of suggests that maybe the equinoxes are actually the solstices and equinoxes are actually 10 days before they are on the calendar. We've seen some of that evidence. Oh, thank you, Adam. Moore is listening. Thank you for your answer, Adam. Everybody wave and say hi.
Gatorade.
Yeah, it's Floyd the Phenomenal Cat Trophy, aka David Tantamount. You guys have really similar voices, Adam. I just texted him.
Nice. Jim has been notified.
So he may pop up any second.
That's a pregnant pause.
Yeah.
Made me think of the
Pregnant.
Rocky Horror Picture Show.
Here we are.
Aha, there he is. Let me make sure this song doesn't continue then. All right, let's stop the music
Nice.
and switch over. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to RX Only Picture Show number 42, and we'd like to welcome our special guest this week, James Allen Egan, who is a prolific author and has exceptional theories about a tower and a museum even that he's going to tell us all about. And there he is.
Greetings. I'm calling from Newport, Rhode Island. So we're broadcasted all over the world, are we tonight?
We are worldwide.
International. I love it.
There's a portion of the world watching right now.
Yes, there is. We probably got.
We had such a fun phone conversation.
Yeah.
Did you have a question? Or you want me to just start things up?
Well, I put a little bit of a description in there. We have been kind of buttering up our audience. So if you're ready, we'll go ahead and, or if you're going to stand back a little bit, we might want to turn up our mic just a little bit over here for you. So
Yeah, good call.
There you go.
yeah, because that should do it. All right.
So,
Good.
yeah, this is James Deegan of the Newport Tower Museum, and please tell us what your museum is.
Well, it's a museum dedicated to the history of this building. It's this strange building that nobody knows who built. This is a replica of it.
Okay, that's a replica.
Cool.
Okay, so that's not the actual building.
Not the actual building. I'm going to show you the actual building in a minute, so do hold
Cool.
on. But
Awesome.
this has been a mystery in Newport for many years, and it's even on the city flag. Can you see the city flag here?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
It says Amor Vincit Omnia, which was the first slogan of the settlers here. And in 1929, when they chose to have the flag, the tower was replicated on it.
What does that mean, that Latin?
Means love conquers all. It was the
Oh,
first
yeah.
slogan of the settlers here, and so they picked it up on the flag. And this tower is kind of an icon here in Newport, but it's still unknown who built it, and it's kind of a mystery. And what I'm going to explain tonight is I think that it might have been built by this guy right here. Well, I think positively that it was built by this guy, Mr. John D., who some of your viewers might be familiar with. And in the paper, this is what they call me. I'm the Stone Temple Pilot.
Wow. Perfect. Perfect.
To what's going on. But let me just explain, who I am. Who is this guy? I
Please do.
was born in Belmont, Massachusetts, just outside of Boston. And I went to Franklin and Marshall College. I studied business and art. And then afterwards, I lived in San Francisco. I lived in London for a while. And then I became a professional photographer for 40 years. And while I was a professional photographer, I lived out in rural western Rhode Island. And I would walk through the woods, and I'd find these stone structures that nobody knows who built. And so I joined this lithic association. We study stone structures. It's called a New England Antiquities Research Association, NERA, N-E-A-R-A. You can go see their website. And of all the structures all across New England, the tower was the strangest one, and nobody really studied it. Well, there was one other fellow member of NERA who studied it. His name was Professor William Penhallow, who I'm going to talk about a little bit later. And can you see Penhallow here?
Yes.
Yeah, he's about 80 years old. Very nice guy. And he studied the tower for 10 years and over 10,000 hours. And he found these astronomical alignments in the windows of the tower that aligned with the summer solstice. And then there's another lunar alignment, which I'll show you in a minute. But first, the treat that I wanted to give you is that we're going to go outside and actually see the tower.
Oh, wow.
So come on with me here.
Ooh, through the fire escape? Through the front door.
All right. Let me get back to where I can see.
Here.
This is exciting. Oh, my mic's not on. Hey, wow.
This is like a field trip.
Yeah. A virtual reality field trip.
Can you see the tower?
Yes.
Goodness.
Click here.
Okay.
There it is.
It's right across the street from my museum on Mill Street. This is Mill Street right here. And you see, we're in Newport with all these beautiful mansions and such. But in 1855, they preserved the land around the park, this park that's called Toro Park, so that it would be preserved. the city of Newport owns this beautiful structure.
So he's got a
And,
cell phone and he's walking outside. I think his audio cuts off in the video.
As we walk around it, you'll get a feel for the massive construction of it. It's not unlike anything that you'd see in colonial times. It's a
Yeah, he is a little choppy.
stones,
Oh,
and
you're,
lots of
the
mortar
video
in
there?
between
Wait,
them. And
we're
on some
not-
of the pillars, you'll see that the mortar actually covered all of these stones.
Jim?
Jim, we
Jim,
we
see if I
lost
can
your
log the
feed.
video.
Your finger must have bumped the screen there, and we're just getting your icon.
We back?
There we go. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm glad you told me. So I'm going to pause right here, and can you see inside?
We should get
here?
Jim Egan to come
Yeah.
on.
Yes.
Inside this arch on the opposite
yeah.
wall is a fireplace.
WSW.
Has two flues, and one goes up the right side, one up the left side. They're each 7 inches by 7 inches.
Why is
Absolutely.
there a fireplace up there?
Keep your ass warm, sister.
Did he say that?
Why would my house be up there?
Well, just below it, there's a beam socket that you can see, and just to the right, you see another beam socket, and that's the beams for the first floor. The first floor beams are about 1 foot by 1 foot square, and there were 4 of them, and they crisscrossed, made a tic-tac-toe pattern. So above that would be the level of the floor. So this floor, this fireplace is unusual because it's a wall fireplace. And in colonial buildings,
cool.
the hearth is always right on the ground. It's not built up like 1.5 foot like this one is. And normally, there's usually only one flue,
for light,
not 2 flues. But the most unusual aspect of it is it has an arch that goes across the top of it. And on the right side, it's well supported, but on the left side, there's a window. I don't know if you can see that, but there's a black window. I'll show you a better picture of it when we get inside.
A black
And,
widow?
These
A
are,
spider?
there are only 3 windows in the first floor room of the tower. Above the fireplace, you'll see another beam socket.
Dang it, I
and
just
another
missed
one on
my
the right.
exit.
That's the second floor of the tower. And then the top, whatever was there, it's open to the air right
A strange
now,
loop indeed.
no longer exists. So in this room on the first floor, there's 3 windows. That's the northeast window over there. In front of us here, you'll see the west window. And around the corner, I'll show you in a second, the south window. But I wanted to show you a feature of this arch here. In the center of the arch is this feature that looks like a keystone, but it's not in the center of the arch. And it has sort of triangular shoulders on this cut stone on the bottom, and then above it is this round reddish rock, which is very important. So it's very definitely a symbol of something. And, you know, what it is, that's sort of a mystery for all. But directly behind it on the interior is a rock, which I'll show you when we get to the other side, that is shaped like an egg. So they're back to back in the tower. So as you walk around the tower, there is the west window, and there are these little ledges that stick out on the top of these beams here. And here's the south window. These windows are about 2 feet by 2 feet square, and they're only about 3 feet off of the ground. But there are different heights above the ground. They're not all on the same level. One is 5 feet above the ground, one's 4 feet, the other's 3 feet. And the third window is the northeast window. Here you can see it, or at least the shadow of it. And then above that, you'll see way up at the top of these black holes, those are the 2 flues for the fireplace. So we'll take a quick look in this arch here. And what I'm going to show you, what Professor Penhall found, was that on the winter solstice, December 21st, the sun rises behind me, shines through the south window, through the west window, and you can observe it from the northeast corner of the park over there. And it happens at about 7:30 in the morning on the 21st, and it only happens that time of year. And after that, the patch of light coming through the south window works its way down, and at 9 o'clock, it illuminates that egg-shaped rock in that arch, at the center of that arch right there. Well, again, that's not exactly off center, it's off to the right a little bit, and directly behind it is what we call the sunstone and the stone with shoulders. They're back to back in the tower, so that's a very important clue. On this pillar that you'll see right here, you'll see the white plaster that once covered the whole interior of the tower. Underneath these large feet these are actually drums that are 1.5 feet tall. You only see about 6 to 8 inches of it right now, but in 1950 they did an excavation and found that the drum part, see, this is 3 feet here, but down there it's 4 feet, and then underneath that underneath each of these pillars is 3.5 tons of stone that goes 4 feet down to bedrock. So underneath this tower, you see about half of the stone you see here is underneath the ground. So this was well thought out, and that's why it stood at least for centuries, because we know it was owned by the first governor in the 1600s. Well,
Now,
it's
so
getting
all
cold out here, so I'm going to bid
Yeah.
the tower adieu, and we'll head back into the museum, and I'll explain what I've been doing in my research.
So you
It snowed the other day, so it's a little crunchy.
yeah, all those astronomical alignments, those are things that were just recently, I mean, relatively recently discovered, right? I mean, just a few years ago.
A good question. In 1990 was when Professor Penhallow wrote a 7-page paper, and he delivered it to the American Astronomical Society in Chicago, as well as to my NERA group. And so, you know, I mean, that's actually like, you know, 20 years now, almost 30 years now. But
my point is just that there was a long time that nobody knew that.
Oh, that
Right.
feels better.
there was a long time, a period in which nobody knew that those features of the tower existed, right?
I'm sorry?
There was a long period of time when the tower was there, but nobody knew that there were all those astronomical alignments. Yes. So it's,
That's
in other
correct.
words, my point is just that it was thought of as something else before, right? I mean, it was not well understood until recently.
Yeah, that's right. No, in fact, I'm glad you asked that question, because there's 5 main theories about who built the tower. One is that it was built by the first governor of Rhode Island as a windmill, because in 1677 he writes in his will that he deeds this to his daughter, but nobody studies the first governor of Rhode Island, even though he was governor for 8 terms, because his name was Benedict Arnold. And now this is not the
I've heard
traitor,
bad
this is the
things about him.
great-great-great-grandfather of the traitor of the same name. But because his name is Benedict Arnold, we've kind of thrown him out of Rhode Island history. Anyway, the other theories about the tower are that it was built by the Vikings. Well, this theory came about in the 1800s by some guy in Scandinavia who had never even seen the tower, and he said, oh, definitely Vikings. And that's why around the corner you'll see the Viking Hotel, and we got the Viking football team. Newport is very Viking because of the tower, but they've never found any Viking artifacts. And Vikings did not build with cement or build with arches. And then the other theory is that it was built by the Portuguese in around 1500. Miguel Corte-Real got abandoned on a shipwreck, and they claimed that he built it, but he didn't have any tools or anything, and they never found anything about him. And then there's the Templar theory that it was built in 1398 by an expedition of the Scottish Earl Henry Sinclair. And you might have seen America Unearthed show with Scott Walter. He talks all about this. He's a big Templar enthusiast, but they never really found any Templar artifacts near in Newport either. So then there's the Chinese theory. This guy wrote, Gavin Menzies, that it was built in 1421 by these huge ships of Chinese as a pagoda lighthouse, and they left it here. And so what I found out was that the Scandinavians think the Vikings built it, the Chinese think the Chinese built it, the Templars think the Templars, but everyone comes to the tower with their own theory. I'm like, well, that's not really very scientific. But the Historical Society will tell you that it was that it was a windmill. But if you look at Benedict Arnold's original will, I don't know if you can see it here, where he writes my stone-built windmill, he puts 5 asterisks around it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, as if what that means is that there's an omission, something is left out. So I said, well, let's study it from the top. And so, do you have a question, Trace?
No, that's a
That-
detail I hadn't heard before.
Yeah,
so
that's
I'm like, wow,
fascinating.
that's
that there's all those asterisks. That's like he's giving you the wink and the nod. Like, of course it's a windmill. Asterisk, 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 asterisk.
Exactly, yeah. And there are no asterisks in the margin. They're the only asterisks in the entire 12-page will. This is the original of the will, which is in the John Carter Brown Museum at Brown University. So I said, well, let's study it. So here's a top view. You see how perfectly circular it is, and there's the 8 pillars. And you'll see how it had a view over all of Newport. Here it is down at the bottom of this picture here. And it looked over Newport Harbor, all of Newport Town. This is Goat Island and Jamestown. And then in the tower, as I said, you'll see the fireplace and the 3 windows. The west, that's the northeast window, the west window, and the south window here around the corner. And here's Professor Penhallow with his astrolabe, and he says if you stand over in this corner of the park right here on an event called Minor, which he said would happen on December 26, 1996. Look through the west window, through the tower, and out the side on this. And so I went there that night, and sure enough, the full moon went right through those two windows.
Wow.
And it happened again in 18.6 years later, on January 5th in 2015, and won't happen again till 2033.
So that sounds like a
The other major
repeatable
alignment.
experiment.
Yeah, you got to be for it. The other alignment that he had was it's called it's called the winter solstice alignment. And for that one, you stand in the northeast corner of the park, and at sunrise, the sun will come up above the horizon, and boom, and it shines right through these two windows, this space here. And here it is coming right through the two windows. And it happens like clockwork every year. Here it was 7 years ago, 5 years ago, 4, 6, 3, 2 years ago. And I take pictures of it every year. Last year, we had 75 people to come visit it. So Professor Penhallow was giving a lecture there one day at the tower, and he said the interior of the tower acted like a camera obscura solar disk calendar room. What's that, Jim? Well,
Yes.
a camera obscura means a dark room. In a dark room with one small hole, the image of what's outside appears on the interior. So if you have one small aperture, this is actually too large. All you need is a small, like a hole about this size, about 1/4 of an inch, maybe 3/8 of an inch. The image of what's outside will appear on the interior. Now, this only happens during the daytime when it's bright outside, because it's not bright enough, so I can't show you the camera obscura. But you can look it up where you've probably seen camera obscuras. They're basically just cameras. In other words, the aperture is like a camera aperture. And then on the back, this is a 4x5 camera. You'll see the image, and it's upside down and backwards. Well, I was a professional photographer, and I used one of these for 40 years, so I understood that. But I couldn't understand why the professor would say that this was a camera obscura calendar room. Well, what I found was that in the image which appears in the room here, not only do you see everything upside down, normally I can show you Bellevue Avenue, you see the cars driving by, people walking, everything's upside down. It's a beautiful view, but you'll also, you see the image of the sky. Now, this hole faces south. So in my in this museum, when I come in here in the morning in June, the sun is right here around 9 o'clock, and then it's here at 10 o'clock, 11, 12, it crosses the noon line, 1, 2, 3, 4, and it will slowly set. And then the next day, it'll work up a little bit, and by fall, September 21st, the solar disk goes across here, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then it works its way up, and on the winter solstice, December 21st, the sun goes across here, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. And so this is what's called the meridiana, or noon line here. And so this is an amazing thing, because you can tell not only the time of day, but the day of the year. It's a calendar and the clock. And as I said, the whole thing is an inside-out sundial. So I said, well, if I study the history of the camera obscura room, I'll be able to figure out who built the tower.
Wow.
So that's what I studied. And the first thing I found was that in Italy, in the Renaissance, they converted these giant cathedrals that had already been built into camera obscura rooms. This is Maria degli Angeli in Rome. And there's the aperture up on the top. And the interior had been built by Michelangelo, and had already been built. But on the floor, you'll see what's called a meridiana line, or a rose line. And it's embedded right in the floor. It's in bronze with all of the days of the year marked off. And there are several, churches all throughout Italy.
So that's what, in the Da Vinci Code, that's what the rose line was that they made a big deal about at St. Sulpice on the floor. It's just the same sort of thing.
It's the exact same thing. Yeah, that was in St. Sulpice. Yeah, exactly. In fact, there's a very noted astronomer by the name of J.L. Heilbronn, one of the greatest astronomers in America, and he just wrote this book called The Sun in the Church, Cathedrals as Solar Observatories. It's a really thick scholarly book that discusses them all. Well, what they did was, this is in Santa Maria Novella, which is in Florence. They on the line. They watched with the summer solstice hit cross the line. And when the sun crossed on the equinox and on the winter solstice, and counting the number of days, they were able to prove to Pope Gregory XIII that the Julian calendar that Julius Caesar had invented was out of sync from the sun by 10 days, leading to the Gregorian calendar reform of 1582. That's the calendar we still use today. And so Da Vinci says, you'll see everything upside down with one of these, and so does the pupil. They knew that the eye acted as a camera obscura in the Renaissance. And this is the first image we have. Gemma-Frisius, he was in the Northern Renaissance in 1544. He shows an eclipse of the sun in a camera obscura. Cardano in 1550, the Italian, he says, use a biconvex lens and you make things sharper. They had lenses back then, they had glasses. And the only guy in England who knew about the camera obscura, or at least wrote about it, was a guy by the name of John Dee. And this is in 1550. He shows an eclipse of the sun to the ambassador from Poland. And that was, yeah.
This is John Dee, the Enochian magic guy.
That's right, that very guy, yeah. And so he was also a great scientist. But the point is, in the 1700s, they used this as a drawing aid. Artists like Vermeer and Canaletto learned the art of perspective by making these boxes with camera obscuras on it. And then in the 1800s, they put film in the back, and you got the first photographs. And then in the 1900s, they invented these, Brownie box cameras, and then we got Nikons and Leicas, and now we take pictures with our cell phone. But even in a cell phone, you have to have a camera obscura. That's the way it works.
So you were saying that artists used to make one of these things to make a projection of whatever was outside in their little studio, and then they could kind of basically trace over it, and that would be a way of representing something artistically. It was an aid for drawing and painting.
Exactly, absolutely, yeah. It's an aid to learn art of perspective. The art of perspective was just starting to come about in the Renaissance, and it's one of the things that changed the course of Western civilization was the understanding of perspective. A guy by the name of Leo Battista Alberti wrote about it, and it became part of, and it's what changed Renaissance art. You see, there's a huge change from the 1400s into the 1500s, 1600s of the way art was. So as I was studying this first governor of Rhode Island, whose name was, as I said, Benedict Arnold, he was not only the first governor, but he was the first one here, and I claim he came here, and being the first one, he claimed the tower. And he owned the tower his whole life.
You drew some of these drawings yourself, right?
As I was studying all that, I was in the library one day, and serendipity happened. You know what that means?
Yeah.
Something lucky in. And I saw this book, and it says historical names for Narragansett Bay. And on the list, it says Refugio. You see, Verrazano had been here in 1527, and he called it a refuge for an entire navy. And Verrazano was sailing for the French king. And then the Spanish called it the Bay of Santa Bautista. And then I saw this, the John Dee Bay and River, 1583.
Wow.
John Dee, why would this building be named after this guy, John Dee? And he's the only guy that knew about the camera obscura. So I started studying about John Dee. He was a mathematician, astronomer, an expert on navigation and cartography. All these books have been written 4,000 books. This is on these library of all of the books. It's written in Latin, but it was very well coded.
Can I ask something? Did anyone else say that John named after him?
It's been known since 1934. Yeah. But just a little bit about John Dee is that when I go through this book, I'm like, I wonder if he knew anything about, Geber, who was a great look he had over books.
The stream continues.
Hermes Trismegistus, look, he's going to hold all. He was the Queen's advisor, Queen Elizabeth, and he wrote these 8 books telling her that she had a legal right to all of North America because earlier Englishmen like King Arthur and Prince Madoc and John Sebastian Cabot had been to the New World and claimed it for England. And in this book, he coins the term the British Empire. It's called The Limits of the British Empire. He was the first one to use that term and later grew into the largest empire the world has ever known. He also, question?
Oh, no. Go ahead. I think you're probably getting there. Go ahead.
Okay. He also encouraged the Queen to build a navy of 60 to 80 large ships, because Spain had 200 ships in their fleet and England had but 20. And he said, if we don't get a foothold in the New World and we don't, have a navy, ain't going to be no more England. He was also the navigational guide to all the great Elizabethan explorers. And he invented what's called the paradoxical compass that allowed you to navigate at the northernmost latitudes when the longitude lines were close together. This is the front cover of his book. It's called General and Rare Memorials. And up at the top, it says, plura latens quam patens, which means more is hidden than meets the eye. And in this illustration, which I'll review in a little more detail later, the people of England are on their knees pleading, send forth a sailing expedition to build a steadfast watch post. And there's the watch post here. And this is Lady Occasion, or Lady Luck, standing on the top of it. And then here's Queen Elizabeth guiding the ship of state. It says Elizabeth right up at the top there. And you see that the sun, the moon, the stars are all aligned. And down on the side here are these 5 ships. And they enter this bay, which is kind of like a river. And they start trading, and then this city is developed down. So Dee was saying, if you seize the opportunity, that's what Lady Opportunity is all about. All of this good stuff can happen, but if you don't, danger lurks. Boom, 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 boom. And he has a skull down at the bottom here on the far side. He calls it Hieroglyphicon Britannicon, the British hieroglyphic.
Would you give us a shot of Lady Occasion there and hold it still for a sec so we can see what she looks like?
Oh, here's Lady Occasion. Yeah, I'll start on her. Try to get here's the top of her. But oddly enough, look what she's standing on.
A little pyramid.
A tetrahedron. A geometric shape. Yeah. That's kind of weird, huh? And here she is. Here's this great mountain, and there are these great ballers, these pillars in front of this fortress, this sort of thing, and she's on a mountain in the background. Anyway, 1 month later, she deeds all of North America to this guy, Sir Humphrey Gilbert, one of her bravest courtiers in the war in Ireland. Well, Gilbert didn't have enough money for the mission, and so they got this guy by the name of Sir George Peckham to finance the expedition. He and a fellow by the name of Thomas Gerard were 2 of the wealthiest Catholics in England, and Walsingham promised them that if the Catholics financed the expedition, all the Catholics that settled in that colony would have complete freedom of religion. Well, you see, there was a lot of fighting between the Catholics and the English. I don't know if I'll get into all of that history, but basically, Henry VIII was Catholic, and then his son Edward VI, he was Protestant, and then Mary, his sister, who ruled for 5 years, she was Catholic, and then Elizabeth came to the throne. So they were going back and forth. So Elizabeth passed the Recusancy Act. Any Catholic who did not attend the Church of England was fined £20 a month, thrown into prison if they couldn't pay. So this was a way to get the Catholics out of England, because their jails were filled with them, and also a way for the Catholics to have a settlement of their people, And so it was a win-win-win situation for everybody. And then Gilbert got the financing, and he was so appreciative, Gilbert was, of the work that Dee did for him in convincing the Queen. He gave John Dee all the lands north of the 50-degree line. That's all of Alaska, and that's Canada, and that is Greenland. All went to John Dee, and then Gilbert got the rest, except for Florida and Mexico, which was the Spanish word, but all the rest of the 50 territory looks like. We know about the he can talks about it. Tells us the exact date, 3:30 in the afternoon, 21st of June, and he shows him this. This guy Peckham says, "Are you sure Spain doesn't own the whole East Coast?" And so John Dee shows him this map. This is part of John Dee's map of North America, and
he drew that.
There is Florida down at the bottom here, and then here is South Carolina, North Carolina. And here is, New York Harbor. They call it Norumbega. And then he says, you don't want to go down here where the Spanish are, and you don't want to go up here where the French are. You want to go to this triangular island, which is Block Island, a little island off the coast of Rhode Island. And just above it, you'll see this beautiful bay. I don't know if you can see it or if it's out of focus.
But it's a bit out of focus. But do you think that the tetrahedron then that she's standing on and the bay that they're in that graphic is actually kind of meant to represent this right here?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, hey, you're getting ahead of yourself here. Yeah, it actually, the tetrahedron, you see, this is a rebus. He tells us more kid than meets a guy. And the tetrahedron is actually 4 clues about a triangle. One of them is the triangular island. And I'll explain that a little bit. Very good, you picked up on that. It took me 5 years to figure that out. You figured it out in 5 seconds.
Right.
But let's continue with the story. And the reason that we know about all of this is that they found this deed in the Elizabethan State Papers in 1934 between Sir Humphrey Gilbert and Sir George Peckham, and it's dated February 28, 1583. I deed you all that river called by Master John Dee, the Dee River. Look, he named it after himself, which by the description of Verrazano lies at northerly latitude at 42 degrees, which is, what's 42?
It's the answer to everything.
Yeah.
Right.
This is show
He didn't
42.
know that. He hadn't read the book. But also, this is your 42nd podcast. Is that right?
Yeah, this is the 42nd show, so we got some synchronicity going here. Maybe we'll solve some more riddles.
That is the latitude. He says about 42. We're actually 41 2/3, but he was calling it 42. And then he describes it. He says the mouth is opening to the south, half a league broad, and then it goes northeast for about 12 leagues, and then it makes a bay 20 leagues in circumference, in which there are 5 small islands. That is a perfect description and most of Rhode Island. So this has been known since 1935, when they found this deed in the Elizabethan State Papers. Oh, you still with me?
I am.
Yeah, that we lost your camera view there, but we can still hear you, Jim. So
Okay. Can you see? Oh, you can't see the camera view.
no, something. I think occasionally you're getting a bump on the screen there. There it is. Now it's coming back. Okay, we're back.
We're back on.
Yep.
So as I said, this was found in 1934. This fellow from Connecticut went to London and looked them up in the state papers, and he wrote about it in the this is the Rhode Island Historical Society collections, the Dee River of 1583. And then there was another article written about it a year later. And David Beers Quinn, most noted authority on Elizabethan exploration, he wrote about it in England and Discovery of America. You go to chapter 18, he talks all about it. He says, yeah, definitely, Rhode Island, Narragansett Bay is the site for this colony. And then Samuel Eliot Morrison from Harvard, he writes about it in the Northern Voyages, and not one Rhode Island historian has ever written about it. Huge effort to colonize the New World by the Elizabethans, whose language we speak, and the building, and nobody knows who built it. Nobody ever pieces it together. It might have something to do with each other. So that was just the beginning of my research. What I found was this: in 1583, Sir Humphrey Gilbert set sail with 5 ships and 280 men. He made it as far as St. John's in Newfoundland, but more people got sick. So the first ship, the bark Raleigh, had gotten a contagious disease, so they had to head back home. And then when they arrived in St. John's, the other 4 ships, more people got sick, so they sent the Swallow home. Well, these other 3 ships stayed there for 2 weeks to revictualize, and then coming down the coast, they hit a tempest. And Sir Humphrey Gilbert lost the Delight. It got crushed to pieces. The 2 smaller ships headed back to England, and off the coast of the Azores, they hit another tempest, and Sir Humphrey Gilbert's ship got swallowed up by a huge wave, and he drowned. He never made it here. The deed to North America became void. Deed to Canada became void. The whole thing, because the deed was just made. So historians have said, well, he couldn't have built the tower, Jim, because he never made it here. And that's absolutely true. But this Quinn was a great researcher. After studying all he could in London, he went to Madrid and found out that the Spanish ambassador who was living in London, Don Bernardino de Mendoza, had written letters back to King Philip of Spain, in which he explains that 1582, a year before Gilbert goes, there is a preliminary expedition of 2 ships and 80 men under the leadership of Anthony Brigham. Well, I did research and found out that Anthony Brigham was best friends with this guy, Sir George Peckham, because his father had been the master of the mint, and his father had been the assistant master of the mint, but they got fed up with Queen Elizabeth, and they went to Rome with their eldest son, left all of their money to the second sons, and these guys were going to save Catholicism. And so this was to be a Catholic colony, but it was to be an Anglican colony, but the Catholics could worship as they pleased. So I claim that he came here a year before Sir Humphrey Gilbert, and with the two ships and built this tower to be the city center of this first Elizabethan colony. You see, back then you had to build what's called a token of occupation, a building that represented that you, and you had to occupy it for a year. So that's what I claim this was. You'll see that he's listed here. Anthony Brigham is in the history books. This is a book written in 1582. He talks all about it. So this happened in 1582. They built the tower, and then Sir Gilbert Friend. So a year later, he was Sir Walter Raleigh
Yes.
made three expeditions to Roanoke Island in 1584, 5, and 7. And everybody's heard of Sir Walter Raleigh, the lost colony of
Sir Walter Raleigh.
He didn't make it past Maine. And we're Americans, and we don't care about Canadian history because we got our own.
Looks like Jim has lost the stream here. Jim, can you pause the video? Please stand by. We'll see that Jim returns.
Hello. Can
Yeah,
you hear
pause
me?
the video. Yeah, pause the video where it's at.
Video's
Lost-
paused.
Okay, good. And then we
Yes.
can go back about a minute or two.
Did we go through our?
Are you going through a tunnel there?
Yeah, pretty much. This is the worst it's gonna get.
Okay.
I'm going,
So
I'm going through the.
let's talk about what
mountains.
we've heard so far.
Great idea.
They're talking about needing to build a token, I believe, of occupation or occupancy. The idea that you'd place a stone building on the land to stake your claim.
Hell yeah. I
And
wonder
that
if
goes-
paving stones counts.
Well, yes, it needed to be large enough that people could see it. It needed to be sturdy enough that it would last the storms and the weathering, so that it would
Build
be
something
there
that's
over time.
permanent.
Yes, a permanent structure.
Nice. Yeah.
And this was recorded Wednesday, March 6th of 2019. That's the first day of Lent, known as Ash Wednesday, 3 years ago.
So are you still looking at my screen share from the YouTube?
I'm looking at the Zoom on my phone and I'm not seeing any screen share.
Oh, there's no screen share. But well,
I think your upload was getting slower, and then you went through a tunnel, and now we're back to the present.
is it working now?
I'm not seeing it yet.
Might not be. I had to pause it. I'm gonna have to pull
Yeah.
over and take a look.
Yeah, we're traveling through space and time.
Yeah, exactly. I figured I was gonna be on the road thinking about doing this, and then I was gonna listen to the show by myself, but I figured might as well share it with you guys if the technology exists.
Yeah, thank you, Benjamin Franklin and Elon Musk and Aldous Huxley. Who else do we have to thank for this fascinating technology? Of course, John D.
Frankly. John D.
Nikola Tesla. Who's that Graham Bell guy? Does that name ring a bell to anybody?
Ding ding. Ahoy hoy.
Who are the famous inventors, and who invented the camera obscura?
That's hard to say. I know that there's some evidence that Leonardo da Vinci used it,
Certainly discovered its use,
and
maybe
perhaps it was
refined it.
A way to create the Shroud of Turin
Mm,
as a photographic negative of an actual picture. That's why it's so. That's why it's like 3D. Like when they scan it, it comes out like a perfect negative.
yes, it's very interesting. I'm thinking of the movie The Green Knight. Do you know what scene I'm referring to in my own mind?
Which one? I saw
With the
one
camera
time.
obscura. The Green Knight released and sometime in 2021 features a scene with the camera obscura. Maybe that was July 30th, 2021 was the theatrical release of The Green Knight. It was a limited release due to the circumstances of the events of that time period, 2020 and 2021.
Interesting.
It'd be great to speak with Steven Sorensen again.
That
He
is
could
a good
help us
idea.
with the timelines.
I should reach out and say hello.
His website is ctruth.today, the letters C, CTRUTH, period TODAY.
Definitely has good work.
Are we able to return to episode 42?
Yeah, we might be able to. Let's see.
And there is a map that our man is looking at. His name sounds a lot like yours, Jim.
Okay, can you see the map?
I'm
Can you
not
see
seeing
my
the screen.
screen?
No,
All right,
I'm not.
I can't press any buttons until I find a spot to pull over for a second.
That's okay.
Give me
James Allen Egan and Tracy Twyman explore John Dee and the Newport Tower. This is episode 42 of RX Only Picture Show, the Prescription Only Picture Show, the Retrograde Only Picture Show. Brought to you
never
by
retrograde.
Gatorade and Florida Man and Purple Drink,
And
Electrolytes,
Mercury.
Powerade.
When you gotta go Gatorade, as they say.
So we're still traveling through space-time,
Still traveling through
traveling across the space land
going through
in real
the
time,
dark
obeying traffic laws.
wavy parts.
You know, there is a speed limit.
Indeed, I'm right at it. I'm going at safe speed.
No warp drives, no cruise
No warp
control.
drive.
Sounds like you have a voice synthesizer. Is this future Jim trying to communicate with us? Future Jim. The voice of present Jim sounds like a discombobulated circumambulated, disembodied voice of a robot, biological life form. I do hope that they hear my voice clearly through this as I guide you through episode 42. I'll be your navigator. Are we just showing them a black screen? Jim Maiden, we cannot hear you clearly. This is the voice of Alan Marcus speaking to Jim Maiden. We are live on YouTube with black screens, white text of our names only. Please stand by. This looks like Jim dropped out. You'd think that the Spacelink satellites would be helping with the internet. Can you believe it? Okay. I see a screen share back up. Here is our video. And go back a minute or two and then hit play again. This is 50 minutes, 26 seconds in to episode 42. Let's hit play. It's not playing.
Look, he named it after himself.
There it
which,
is.
by the description of Verrazano, lies at northerly latitude at 42 degrees, which
42
is
degrees.
what's 42?
It's the answer to everything.
Yeah.
Right.
This is show
He didn't
42.
know that. He hadn't read the book. But also, this is your 42nd podcast. Is that right?
Yeah, this is the 42nd show, so we got some synchronicity going here. Maybe we'll solve some more riddles.
That is the latitude. He says about 42. We're actually 41 2/3, but he was calling it 42. And then he describes it. He says the mouth is opening to the south, half a league broad, and then it goes northeast for about 12 leagues, and then it makes a bay 20 leagues in circumference, in which there are 5 small islands. That is a perfect description of Narragansett Bay, and the whole colony was going to take about half of what is now Connecticut and most of Rhode Island. So this has been known since 1935, when they found this deed in the Elizabethan State Papers. Oh, you still with me?
I am.
Yeah, that we lost your camera view there, but we can still hear you, Jim. So
Okay. Can you see? Oh, you can't see the camera view.
no, something. I think occasionally you're getting a bump on the screen there. There it is. Now it's coming back. Okay, we're back.
We're back on.
Yep.
So, as I said, this was found in 1934. This fellow from Connecticut went to London and looked them up in the state papers, and he wrote about it in the this is the Rhode Island Historical Society collections, the Dee River of 1583. And then there was another article written about it a year later. And David Beers Quinn, most noted authority on Elizabethan exploration, he wrote about it in England and the Discovery of America. You go to chapter 18, he talks all about it. He says, yeah, definitely, Rhode Island, Narragansett Bay is the site for this colony. And then Samuel Eliot Morrison from Harvard, he writes about it in the Northern Voyages. And not one Rhode Island historian has ever written about it. Huge effort to colonize the New World by the Elizabethans, whose language we speak. And the building, and nobody knows who built it. Nobody ever pieces it together. It might have something to do with each other. So that was just the beginning of my research. What I found was this: in 1583, Sir Humphrey Gilbert set sail with 5 ships and 280 men. He made it as far as St. John's in Newfoundland, but more people got sick. So the first ship, the bark Raleigh, had gotten a contagious disease, so they had to head back home. And then when they arrived in St. John's, the other 4 ships, more people got sick. They sent the Swallow home. Well, these other 3 ships stayed there for 2 weeks to revictualize, and then coming down the coast, they hit a tempest. And Sir Humphrey Gilbert lost the Delight. It got crushed to pieces. The two smaller ships headed back to England, and off the coast of the Azores, they hit another tempest, and Sir Humphrey Gilbert's ship got swallowed up by a huge wave, and he drowned. He never made it here. The deed to North America became void. Deed to Canada became void, the whole thing, because the deed was just in his name. So historians have said, well, he couldn't have built the tower, Jim, because he never made it here. And that's absolutely true. But this Quinn was a great researcher. After studying all he could in London, he went to Madrid and found out that the Spanish ambassador who was living in London, Don Bernardino de Mendoza, had written letters back to King Philip of Spain, in which he explained before Gilbert goes, there is a preliminary expedition of 2 ships and 80 men under the leadership of Anthony Brigham. Well, I did research and found out that Anthony Brigham was best friends with this guy, Sir George Peckham, because his father had been the master of the mint, and his father had been the assistant master of the mint, but they got fed up with Queen Elizabeth, and they went to Rome with their eldest son, left all of their money to the second sons, and these guys were going to save Catholicism. And so this was to be a Catholic colony, but it was to be an Anglican colony, but the Catholics could worship as they pleased. So I claim that he came here a year before Sir Humphrey Gilbert, and with the 2 ships, and built this tower to be the city center of this first Elizabethan colony. You see, back then you had to build what's called a token of occupation, a building that represented that, and you had to occupy it for a year. And so that's what I claim this was. You'll see that he's listed here. Anthony Brigham is in the history books. This is a book written in 1582, and he talks all about it. So this happened in 1582. They built the tower, and then Sir Humphrey Gilbert drowned, and so the colonization effort came to a grinding halt. But a year later, the Queen deeded all of North America to Sir Humphrey Gilbert's younger half-brother. And you know who he was?
I forgot.
Sir Walter Raleigh.
Yes.
Made 3 expeditions to Roanoke Island in 1584, 5 and 7. That's Gilbert's baby brother. And everybody's heard of Sir Walter Raleigh, you know, the Lost Colony, Virginia Dare, all of that stuff. But nobody's ever heard of this guy Gilbert because he didn't make it past Maine. And we're Americans, and we don't care about Canadian history because we got our own history.
Man, those kids look bummed. Are they
This
lost?
is a drawing done in the 1800s of this Genoese sailor saying, oh, across the sea you'll find these beautiful lands. And it inspired, this is John Francis Millay, and this is Gilbert, and this is his half-brother, Sir Walter Raleigh. That's why they have different last names. But they grew up together, and in fact, the bark Raleigh was led by Sir Walter Raleigh on this expedition right here. So I went up to Canada, and right there in the middle of town, it says, there's a plaque next to the Sir Humphrey Gilbert building, and near this spot where Sir Humphrey Gilbert landed on the 5th day of August, 1583, taking possession of this newfound land in the name of sovereign Queen Elizabeth, thereby founding Britain's overseas empire. Look, he's on stamps and everything, the founder of the British Empire right there. But he stayed there for 2 weeks to pick up some fish and some meat to eat. And so this is where he was really headed. So in 1583, something else happens. France, Italy, Germany, Spain. They all changed the calendar because the Pope had decreed it. But in England, the Queen didn't know what to do. She's been excommunicated by the Pope. She needs advice. Who does she turn to for advice? You know it.
John D.
Mr. D.
Are these your drawings, Jim? Some of these are your own art?
Yeah, so all of these are my own photographs or my own drawings. Yeah.
They're great.
Well,
Just so you know, they're great. We love them.
oh, thanks. They're kind of cartoony, but I have fun with it. So Dee is asked by the Queen to write a proposal as to whether they should change the calendar. And he says, yeah, you can tell from these cameras, girls are off by 10 days. In fact, astronomers have known it for centuries. They just haven't been able to convince the Pope until they finally told him that he was going to be celebrating Easter on the wrong day. Well, this is the first page of Dee's discourse. And he says we should change it. And he says if you change it first before the Pope, then you'll be the woman who changed time. Elizabeth, our Empress bright, who in the year of 83 thus made truth come to light, and civil year with heaven agree. And he draws this thing called the circle of time, which starts down at the bottom with Adam, Enoch, Noah, Abraham, the sons of Israel, the fall of the temple, Olympic Games, Maton, Hipparchus, Jesus. The very last one after Copernicus is Queen Elizabeth, the reformer of the year for the next Christian epoch. And that's to begin in the year 1583, the exact same year I say that tower was built. So that tower represents the birth of this new time, the beginning of the British Empire, and the reason why I'm speaking to you in English today. That's what I claim John Dee. So John Dee in 1582, he was on top of the world. He had solved the problem of religious strife. The New World was opening up, and they gave him these rectories of £1,000 a year. The following year, Humphrey Gilbert drowned, and the deed to North America becomes void. The Queen approves the plan for the calendar. The head of the English Church says, you know, if this is something the Pope is doing, we don't want to do that. And they did not make the change. And for the next 169 years, the English calendar was different European calendars by 10 days because they didn't listen to John Dee. And then they took the rectories away because he forgot to get the official seal by the due date. And so he was so irritated with his countrymen, he gets on a boat with his family, sails down the Thames River, and spends the next 8 years in the courts of various kings and princes throughout.
Oh, let's pause it there. Let's get back to the screen share.
Hey, can you hear me?
We hear you now. You'll have to pause the video again.
Did I pause it?
Yeah, I'm not hearing the audio. We're seeing your screen share, but it's the Zoom.
Oh, there's no audio?
No audio from the video. I think the video is paused. So pause the video and go back a minute or two. So this idea that in the year 1582, someone was trying to occupy a building and provide a token of occupation of that building, the building itself being the token, like a rook tower on a chessboard, putting it on the board to say, I occupied this square, this land. President Jim, are you with us?
Yes. Yes. I'm it's getting better as I go. The worst of it.
Can you imagine a deed becomes void because the man is dead? I think there's some poetry in there. The deed is dead because the man died dead. So
Because a man.
He never made it to dry land. It's a dry deed without the ink. Drawing of the deed to claim the new land and the tower.
Okay. Am I echoing now?
You sound good.
What's that?
You sound great.
Okay. I'm gonna hit play.
Dry
Well,
guys,
Europe.
burger and
This
fries.
is the time that he met up with Edward Kelly just before,
Sounds
and
great.
he was on the sojourn with his wife as well. Well, before Dee
Foreshadowing.
traveled to Europe, he'd written over 40 books. And this is the first English translation of Euclid, the greatest geometry book ever written. And he adds addendums and corollaries to many of the 465 propositions. It's a 1,000-page book, and it's so complex, I can hardly read it. At the very beginning, he writes a preface which explains all the known mathematical arts at the time: perspective, music, astronomy, cosmography, astrology, anthropology, all of these strange subjects. There are 14 of them. Zoography is the art of painting. And he says these are all derivative arts, derivative from two things: arithmetic and geometry. He was a total math geek. Everything was about mathematics for John Dee. And he says in his book, he says, an architect's work must be based on principles of geometry, arithmetic, and optics. Regarding optics, I mean the lights of heaven are well led in the buildings from certain quarters of the world. Well, that's exactly what Penn found in this building. Here's a guy talking about buildings with alignments. And he says if you don't understand astronomy, or east-west and north-south of the equinoxes, you won't understand horometry, which is the art of keeping time. And he says, when I was young, I invented horizontal dials and mural dials, but sometimes you can't see the sun, moon, and stars, so they invented ways to use a flow of water and then running sand, gears and weights, and then springs. But all of these methods require correction over time because the inaccuracies of their own operation. How would they correct them? He says, there remains among the philosophers a more excellent, marvelous way than all of these to imitate the motion of the skies by using nature and art, which you shall understand more of by further search and weightier studies, and he calls it a perpetual motion. Well, we still haven't invented a perpetual motion machine, but he saw that this camera obscura solis calendrum was going to be perpetual motion. The sun is always going to be moving across the floor. So why doesn't he say, make a dark room and put a hole in it, and you have a calendar on the floor that will tell you not only the time of day, but the day of the year? Why doesn't he say that? Because along with the image of the sun projected on the floor, you also have an image of everything that's going on outside. That's what a camera obscura is. And so let's say the people were over at Dee's house, and he showed them the camera obscura, and all of these people were walking across. Oh, I saw Fred. He was on his horse outside, and he had his purple hat on, and he was upside down on Dee's wall. They were all in miniature. And then as soon as Dee opened the window, they all went away. Yeah, we all saw it. You get your head cut off of that stuff. So Dee had to write cryptically about it. Now,
You're saying it was too weird for the time?
We'll show you what the camera obscura looks like, but you can Google it and find out what it is. So he knew all about the camera obscura, and he studied optics, and he saw that was responsible for the art of
Jim, I want to stop you for just a second there.
Because you didn't have people walking across your walls. Well, he wrote this book that cryptically explains part of it. It's called Propedumata Aphoristica, which means preparatory aphorisms, and he dedicates it to his best friend Gerard Mercator, who he studied with in the Louvain when he studied under Gemma Frisius. Mercator is famous for his globes and the Mercator projection of maps, and he's has two columns. You see, he's interested in classical architecture. These are a solid foundation, two Corinthian columns, pilasters, and then an entablature and a dome with stars on the top. This is called the sun column and the moon column. ID, Johannes D, those are his initials. And he invents this symbol called the Monas symbol, which has the moon on the top, and then the sun, the cross of the elements, fire, air, earth, and water, and the symbol for Aries. And so you've got planetary things, you've got earthly things, the fire, air, earth, and water, and then you have zodiacal things, the fixed stars. 7 years later, he writes his most cherished work, the Monas Hieroglyphica, sacred symbol of oneness. And in this, he uses the same sort of architectural motif for the front cover, and he has the Monas symbol, and here he puts it inside an egg shape, and you see he has the same columns and such, and up at the top, the same architectural dome with stars on it, and up at the top it says, "He does not understand, he non intelligit otasiat odiscat," should either learn or keep silent. Well, Queen Elizabeth sees the book, and she says, "John, you must explain this to me." So he spends a day explaining to the Queen, and he dedicates it to Holy Roman Emperor Maximilian, the head of all of Northern Europe. And when he goes to Prague, he explains it to the emperor's son, who was Emperor Rudolf II, who was into alchemy and all of this stuff as well. And it's his book that explains this. It was G.D.'s most cherished book out of books that he... At the very book, he has this chart called "Thus the World Was Created, Sic Factus Est Mundus." And this, on the top part, a supercelestial area. And then on the bottom, it has the terrestrial and etheric celestial area. And he has these numbers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then metamorphosis, horizon of eternity. And the word sabbatizat here. And down at the bottom, he's only got 1 through 7 in the terrestrial area, the Monas symbol upside down and backwards, and various quaternaries, fire, air, earth, and water. Here he has 1, 2, 3, 2, body, mind, spirit. And here he has black, clear, yellow, red. These are alchemical stages. And no one's been able to figure out the chart or the book for the last 450 years. They say the knowledge of what he's talking about is no longer with us. But there was one person who was able to figure out what Dee was talking about in the chart. Some people think it was Sir Isaac Newton, but it wasn't Sir Isaac Newton, and it wasn't Dee himself. He doesn't count. You know who was that was able to figure out that chart in book when nobody else in the world could?
No.
Take a guess.
Is it Bucky?
No, good guess.
Me,
Jim Egan. I was able to figure it out. Well, I went to the Library of Congress. I got a copy of the book. It's written in Latin. It's been translated 6 times by various people since the 1600s. I got all the translations, and I made my own translation. Here's a copy of the book, and he starts off very simply with a point, line, and circle after a dedication to Maximilian. And the book is a sort of a rebus where he takes the Mona symbol and uses it as a rhetorical device. He turns it around, turns it upside down. But he says it's very important that you make the Mona symbol exactly these proportions. And he goes through this entire geometric proof, and he says the moon has to be just so big, and that it's the same diameter as the sun, and the arms of the cross are the same radius as the diameter of the sun, and the Aries symbol, the diameter of that is equal to the radius of the sun. He says very important to make it exactly these proportions, otherwise it loses all of its power. Well, for proportions, he says, you can make it a little bit larger, but you have to keep the original proportions on it. And at the very end of his book, where he has his chart, he has another chart that is called, that he summarizes, his summary chart, and he goes through all of these numbers, and down at the bottom, the very base, he boils it all down to one number. He calls it the master number, magistralia, and lap firm means lipidification fermentation. The philosopher's stone of number is 252. He says if you can figure out 252, you'll figure out the whole book. Well, I figured out 252. I figured out the whole book, and inside this book I found a hidden blueprint for the tower that's across the street.
Wow.
I know you think it's crazy. I don't care. I'm the one that... So here's my translation, by the way, which both of these are available on Amazon. In the English translation.
I just ordered that one there.
252. The people didn't have in the 1800s and 1900s. Guess what my tool was to figure out 252? Astrolabe? Nope. Hand calculator? Nope.
A compass and square.
Slide rule? Nope. Camera obscura? Nope.
Calculator?
Hand calculator? Good guess. Nope. You know how I figured it out? I Googled it.
Ask the Oracle.
Maybe it's important to him, maybe it's important to somebody else. And when I Google 252, guess who shows up? You got to go into the back room. You guys now have permission to come into the magic back room, and I'll explain who it is that shows up with Buckminster. His name was Buckminster Fuller.
Yeah, Bucky Fuller.
Of the 20th century. Now, Bucky invented the geodesic dome. You go down to Walt Disney World in Florida, that dome, it's all made out of triangles and such. He invented it. And when he died in 1983, before he died, he said, I'm going to write down the most important things that I learned in life. And he did in these 2 books called Synergetics 1 and Synergetics 2. They're a little challenging to read, but unfortunately there was a woman by the name of Amy Edmondson, and she wrote a fuller explanation. She studied with
Oh, Jim, we're at a pause point here again. The explanation. So our man, James Allen Egan,
Yeah, I had to pause it for a second.
Google. He uses Google to find it. To find a search result to unlock this puzzle.
I'm through the tunnel, so I'm gonna unpause.
Bucky at MIT. And once you read Amy, then you can understand Bucky. And what Buckminster Fuller found out about geometry and number in the 1900s was the exact same thing that John Dee found out about geometry and number in the 1500s. So once I figured out what Bucky was talking about, I was able to figure out all of what John Dee was talking about and find the hidden blueprint in the tower. Whoa.
Yeah, wow.
Now, it usually takes another half hour. It'll take 45 minutes to explain all of what Buckminster Fuller did, but I'll boil it down into about 1 minute here, just to give you some highlights if you want. I mean, the whole thing is explained more clearly with diagrams and such in a book. But Bucky basically said that the basic structural experience of universe, the simplest shape is a triangle, because a square will not hold its shape, nor will a five-sided figure, but a triangle is perfectly rigid, and in 3 dimensions that becomes a tetrahedron, which of course the Lady Occasion is standing on. And Bucky says, though, now this is nothing new. There are 5 Platonic solids: the tetrahedron, the octahedron, the cube, the icosahedron, and the dodecahedron. But this is the simplest one. But Bucky says you can't have an energy event with just one thing. You can't have yin without yang. You can't have positive without negative. He says to have an energy event, you need to have 2 tip-to-tip tetrahedron. And these are oriented so that these lines go straight through each other. There's one tetrahedron on the top, another one on the bottom. So if you look at it this way, there's an upright triangle on this side and an inverted triangle on the other side. Well, if you take 4 of these Bucky bow ties, that's what I call a Bucky bow tie, put them together, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's 4 pairs of them. You get this shape here. It's called a cube octahedron. And Bucky says that this shape, the energy in this shape, is the closest thing we will ever know to eternity in God. It has triangular faces and square faces. There are 8 triangles and 6 square faces. And I put the radii in here. Now, why Bucky was so excited about it is that this is the only shape out of all the Platonic and Archimedean solids where the radiating vectors, the one that come from the center out to the edges, is the exact same length as the edge vectors. In other words, I made this model out of 4-inch lollipop sticks, and you can't do that with any of these other shapes that are the Archimedean solids or the Platonic solids. That's because this is the shape that's made out of tetrahedron. Well, this relates to a thing called closest packing of spheres. If you have one sphere, exactly 12 spheres fit around it perfectly, and they make the shape, which is the cube octahedral shape. Look, it has triangles and it has squares in it. So there's one square circle, a sphere in the middle, and 12 around the outside. Well, if you continue by continuing more layers, the second layer, closest packing of spheres, has 42 spheres in it. Again, 42 showing up here. And then the next layer has 92 spheres, and layer 4 has 162 spheres. And guess how many the next layer of spheres are in it?
252.
252. Dee's magisterial number, exactly.
Oh, it's beautiful too.
And so this is the 5th layer, closest packing of spheres, and it's a very important layer, a much longer story that has to do with numbers and such. But not only is this involved in numbers, but it's also involved in geometry. It also involves numbers in the sense that you take the number 12 and multiply it times its opposite, which is 21. 12 times 21 makes 252. And if you have one sphere, circle, exactly 6 circles fit around one perfectly. Well, if each one is 360 degrees, that's 360 times 7, that's 2,520. And 2,520 is a very special number, the D and everything. He calls it the Savatizat. That's what his Savatizat is. But it's the lowest number divisible by all the single digits, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. No other number can you divide all of these digits into, and those are the only digits we have. After that, you get into tens or using the numbers over again. It's the lowest number divisible by all of them. And this has been known for years. Plato, when he writes The Ideal City in one of his books, he said the ideal city is 5,040 people. Well, that's 2,520 times 2. So this is not anything new, but it's sort of like sacred knowledge that the Jewish Kabbalists knew about, and certainly the people in India knew about it. In other words, it goes way back to the people that gave us sort of designed the numbers, the Hindu Arabic number system. And the reason I was able to figure all this out is not necessarily Bucky, but a guy came up to Bucky just before. In about 1980. His name was Robert Marshall. And Robert Marshall said to Bucky, what you started to find out about numbers, I found even more of. And so Marshall wrote him these letters, and Bucky was so excited about Marshall's work, he wrote him a letter back, and he said, this work, at any rate, your work fills me with joy. Would you be willing to have me publish this work in another edition of Synergetics with full credit to you, Buckminster Fuller? This is 1981. This is the letter.
Wow.
And then a short while later, after they started working on the book, Bucky died. The book never got written. Well, I found out about Marshall on the web because he knew about 252, and so we corresponded for 10 years, and I went out to California. He lived in Fort Bragg to visit him, and he taught me everything he knew, and then 2 years ago, Robert Marshall died. So I'm the only one that knows. Anyways, I'm here to share with the world, but the world is slow to get. But anyway, what I found out was that when Dee lists consummata and metamorphosis here, those are the exact same things that Robert Marshall taught me. He called them something different. He called them the holotomes and the cycloflex. But I realized they were both talking about the same thing. So once I understood Robert Marshall, I was able to understand John Dee and what Dee was all talking about. So he was an important clue. But I just wanted to explain one thing about 252, which is kind of a very interesting thing. You see, Marshall was a hippie. He lived in Haight-Ashbury in the summer of '67, and he had this mind for numbers. He was not an academic. He was a hippie, and but he had this mind. He just, some people have just gifts, Well, he was gifted with number patterns. So one day he went up to this guru, because the gurus were coming to town in '67 in San Francisco, and he said, I study number patterns. What number should I study? And the guru said, study the number 108, sacred number of the Hindus. So Marshall said, Marshall worked at a machine shop, and Marshall built this machine that was able to project these numbers out. And it's a 108 wheel, and it goes out to 108, and then 216 and to 325, and it goes all the way up. And so by studying all this, that's how Marshall was able to understand 252. Well, guess what happens if you add 108 and 252 together? Perfect circle. So what these ancient Hindus were talking about, the sacred number, 108, is the exact same thing. I call this the sacred number of the West. This is the sacred number of the East. And if you have a mala, which is the sacred beads that they wear in for like the rosary of Vedics, that has 108 beads in it, 108 bricks in the fireplaces, 108 verses in the Rig Veda. 108 is a huge number. Anyway, so all of this stuff, this mathematics that Dee talks about, this cosmology, is sort of like it's been around for a while, but Dee compiled it all into one sort of mathematical kind of a game and riddled with it in the Monas Hieroglyphica. Now, Dee also talks about optics. I won't get into the whole thing, but basically what he says is that vision and how the eye works, he learned this from Alberti. He says, if you take a tetrahedron, which when made full circle, that means if you have both sides of it, a mirror may be found. Well, that's the image in the camera obscura. Even when the sun is blocked by clouds, it even works on cloudy days, can reduce stones and metal into impalpable powders. Well, the cars and the trees and the people, you can't touch them. They're like powder by the force of truly the very strongest heat. And so this is a riddle about the camera obscura. And this is the Bucky bow tie is the thing that explains it. In other words, if you have an upright triangle on one side, in the camera obscura, it's going to be upside down, just like my images on my camera. And he says, I can show you by actual experience that the element of earth can float above that of water. Well, if his kids are playing in the mud outside and the Thames River is off beyond, inside, the element of earth floats above that of water. Anyway, all of my work is based on Elizabethan history, Rhode Island history, John Dee history, mathematics, optics, and time. That's about 1/10 of my library. Here's the hidden blueprint for the tower. I won't go through the whole thing, but basically you take the Thus the World Was Created chart, and you put it on the title page, and then you figure out the grid that he uses, which is 36 by 48. And in between, it's 24 by 48. Well, I claim those are the proportions of the original tower, 24 feet in diameter. It's still 24 today, and it was literally 48 feet high, and I think it looked like this. This is my model of what I think
awesome.
of what the tower originally looked like. As I said, underneath each of these pillars is 3.5 tons of stone, and then you've got these giant drums. And then on this ledge was an entablature, And then there'd be these pilasters held onto metal cramp irons. And then above that would be another entablature, and then a dome. And on the south side of the dome would be a hole. And inside the dome room would be, ta-da, the camera obscura solidus calendar room that would keep a day of the year. The building is a horologium building the track of time.
We might be experiencing time
Well, he
space
tells us he has
compression,
two favorite
decompression.
architects, Vitruvius and Leon Battista Alberti. Vitruvius was an architect who lived 25 BC. He wrote 10 books on architecture. When they found his books in the Renaissance, it became the groundwork from Palladio, Leon Battista Alberti, Bramante. They got everything they knew from Vitruvius. And you can still go to Rome today and see Bramante's Tempietto, which is a circular temple. And he says they're the most sacred of all buildings. They're usually 2-to-1 design. And sometimes they have a colonnade around them, but sometimes they put the columns right on the building. So that's what Dee's work is. And his second favorite architect is Leon Battista Alberti, who not only codified the art of perspective, he wrote a book on architecture, 10 books on architecture based on Vitruvius in 1452. And he says lineaments or proportions have nothing to do with the building, with the material that the building is made from. And Dee says, we thank you, Master Alberti, by setting aside the material stuff of the building, you're appropriately giving your art a mathematical perfection that involves thinking about order, number, form, figure, and symmetry. So you can make this out of field stones if you want. What's important are the proporciones, and the proportions of the tower are, have you figured it out yet? The monad symbol. In other words, the exacting proportions that he uses for the monad symbol are the proportions of the tower. This is the 2-to-1 proportion right here. And so there are all these other hidden riddles in the tower. And the idea that that this is a, when I show this to people, I ask them, what does it look like to you?
I forgot about all this.
I'm open for opinions here. When you see this sigil.
Looks like a cyclops. With
Yeah.
horns.
Like a cyclops. Uh-oh, you go right ahead of the class.
One-eyed Willie.
Most
What a
people
put
say
on
that it
phallus.
looks like a stick figure.
In my front yard,
And,
scare the hell out of my neighbor.
if this is the head right here, then this is the eyeball of the head, and it is sort of a cyclops.
I
You
think
still
we're
with me
a
here?
little, they were a little bit off there. Let's
Sorry.
Right.
there. That's better. Now,
Okay.
did you turn your phone, Jim?
Yeah, I'm trying to get back on here.
Yes. No. It's so confusing with so many gyms.
Yeah, no rush. You're allowed to take a breath though. We've got all night.
Take a breath,
We'll hang
Jim.
out. The chat, so you know, is just loving this. We've got people who study Freemasonry, esoteric
That was quite
manuscripts,
confusing, 'cause I've got,
numerology. That's the nature of
earpiece in
our
one ear,
fan
listening
base.
to
Is all
the
so
Zoom,
we're getting
and then
terrific
my
response.
live computer.
And so you're under no pressure to
Over
hurry.
there.
I know you're excited, and I
Sometimes
love
I
your
look at
enthusiasm. Don't
YouTube,
misunderstand
that's
me, but I want you to know that
a different-
we're not going to say, "Well, that's all the time we have."
That's a
We'll
different
just sit
sick
here and
altogether,
Keep,
so-
keep airing this out. We've got a gentleman who's actually
Somewhat confusing.
close enough by on the
Yeah.
eastern seaboard there that he's considering.
We'll keep listening. Did you pause the video? Your screen share machine just paused it for a bit.
It's just I'm transiting territories. Can we pause? I'll pause it.
Yeah, I think it
What it is.
it's
I'm on low battery power, so I plugged in here. But
Oh, okay.
low battery power could
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Could
It
be
could
hot
be Jim's
battery.
phone
Could be Jim.
because Jim's
the-
phone was.
This
cutting
is Jim
out
from
a
the
lot.
Jim from the past talking to Jim from the past, talking to Jim in the
Jim
present.
Egan talking to Jim Maiden in the
Ah.
past.
This is some really heady cerebral comedy here. And I see that Monas hieroglyphica, and it does look like there's no polite way to say this. It looks like a one-eyed Willie. It looks like a dick.
Does
It
look
looks
like
looks like a
One-Eye Willie.
telescope, one of those expanding telescopes where you pull it out and it elongates. It's collapsible. There's a word for that?
Yeah. Like an accordion style.
Like
almost.
accordion style. If you remember the old
Telescoping.
telescoping. Yes, telescoping. Yeah. I was thinking of the antennas on the television. You pull them out, or some radios. You'd have a radio and you'd pull out this telescoping antenna to get
Oh
a better
yeah,
signal. And now I
I
look
hate
at
that.
my telephone and I'm like, well, where is the antenna? There's nothing sticking out of it. How can it even send a signal? But
So
I'm
can you
talking
see
about old
see the
phones from the
pause
past.
the pause screen? Yeah, I think
Yeah, you're still sharing your screen. It's paused at
pause.
1 hour 23, I think. 1 hour 23
Well,
minutes.
we can try it again and see if Jim's phone gets any better.
Yeah, Jim.
Gets
Jim Egan's
Jim in the
phone.
past,
James Allen Egan.
past plus present
We
technological
we
difficulties.
do need to contact James Allen Egan in the present, maybe in the next few hours,
Yeah,
to
that's
say
a good idea.
thank you. We appreciate you, man. And wow, you told us so much in 2019 on Ash Wednesday, and now it's Ash Wednesday 3 years later. That's pretty neat.
That is pretty neat. It's coming up this Wednesday. It's Ash Wednesday, isn't it? That means Lent as well?
Well, I guess we could look at the calendar. What does the calendar say?
Calendar says March 3rd, I think. Or is it the 7th?
Well, if there's a timekeeping device, we might refer to the horologist and the horometry to know the time, even if it's cloudy.
So
Even if it's cloudy.
you know what a knocker upper is. There's someone who relies on horology to get up in the morning and then tap on people's windows to wake them up.
Oh, I thought this was like a calendar to determine the best time to put the gravy in the oven to make the baby.
Whoa.
Well,
It's like that kind of weave.
well, if you give up
Yes.
sex in the missionary physician procreation during 40 days of Lent, then let's hope that 8 months ago you were busy with the baby making process, because we need some spring babies.
I guess it's from looking at that John Dee's Little One-Eye Willie. It's
Well,
kinda-
I think John
You're
D
amazing.
was looking at Edward Kelly's lady, and maybe not Edward Kelly's one really, but maybe that's just.
Oh yeah.
Did you hear that one? John D is working with Edward Kelly, and John tells Edward that he needs his wife for an important operation. It's magical. Don't ask any questions.
Yeah. I heard about that. Like I was like totally digging the John D story until that part, and I was like, whoa, is this for real or is this pulpy
I think
fiction?
it makes it more real because, that's how some men are, right?
Yeah. No, I agree. Definitely. Can't make this shit up.
Women have needs.
Even wizards.
This is the interesting court drama. If only someone would make a movie about this.
Well, let's see if we've got a active video.
Yeah, let's try the uploads again and continue.
That might be you're so we're seeing the monad symbol there, so that's right in the shot. That looks good.
Okay, I can't see you, but that's as long as you can see this. Well, anyway, this is kind of it looks like a cyclops, a stick figure. Well, that's exactly what it is. What have we seen today that's like a cyclops? Well, the camera obscura, and that's what D is riddling about. And in his monad symbol, he in his geometrical description of it, he says this point is A, B, C, D. He goes through this whole thing. Well, look what he labels this as, point I. The whole thing is a riddle. And D knew that the word cyclops was made from two words, cyclos and ops. circle and I, circle and I. So this is a model of vision, a thing that sees this whole monas is about optics, and it's sort of a conglomeration of all these subjects. And let me summarize it for you. In other words, what Buckminster Fuller found out about geometry and the union of oppositeness, and what Marshall found out about the union of oppositeness in number, 12 and 21 and all of that stuff, and what Penhallow found about the oppositeness in the tower, and what I found out about the opposites in the camera obscura, that's what the book is about, that's what the tower is about, and that's what the symbol is about. These are all basically the same thing, and this guy was as smart as all of us combined. Why? Because in the Renaissance, they wanted to see how everything was interconnected. And nowadays, you go to college and they say, well, you got to pick a major, and art department's over there, and music's over there, and history's over there. They separate things. So you have to think like a Renaissance person in order to figure out what John D is talking about. Are you guys still with me?
Yeah, absolutely. I think
Okay.
Tracy's private messaged me that she had to step away for a second, so she may or may not be back. But we're definitely here with you.
I'm
That's
here.
okay. I'm just blabbing away here.
Hey,
Any specific questions, or you want me to explain a little bit more? I know
can you guys hear me at all?
May or
Yeah,
may
we
not
can hear you, Tracy. Can you hear her too there, Jim?
be sick.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
just heard her. Yep.
Yeah,
All right.
yeah, I get
Yeah, I
here.
don't know if you guys explained the situation. Anyway, I'm a little bit sensitive, and it only comes up every now and then. Last time I had this happen, it was the Flight 93 movie, and before that, Blair Witch.
Yeah, I didn't.
It happens every few years, but I got sick from watching the bouncing camera.
Yeah, I didn't tell him, Tracy. So yeah, Tracy's sensitive, so we know not to have you right in the back of the car then.
Yeah. Oh man. So
I'm
sorry
sorry
about
about that, but that's why you have to come to the museum to experience the whole thing.
No,
I'm not.
It was really
I wasn't
good.
really seeing the exact framing, so I was kind of guessing at it the whole way.
No,
but
we're
yeah, we've been bouncing around for an hour. I'd be sick of that too. But maybe you can put some still graphics over it.
Oh no,
here, so-
it'll be great. I mean, we're the fact of the matter is we're doing something that no one, we're following in your footsteps and doing something no one in the world has ever done before, which is a live tour and explanation of your museum.
Rewatch.
And so, regardless of the outcome right this moment, we're like etching something in stone here. As long as we save it and keep it up here, we're recording the whole process so that we've got it on the hard drive. And
Excellent.
So-
Yeah, share it with the world.
Yeah, we
because
will.
people
This
probably won't understand it for another 50 years, but they will someday. But it's a very important story, and nobody's ever done it. So you guys are the first
Thanks,
people
Sean,
to
from
have,
the past.
full tour. I didn't give you the full tour. As you can see, I could bore people for an hour. But when people come in here, I judge whether they're going to be interested in the full hour tour, or if it's just going to be they want to see 15 minutes and then go to the mansions, Newport mansions and stuff. But
15
there's
minutes.
there's a lot more to this, and that's what my books are about. I just wanted to show you one more thing here. In this drawing of the front cover of General and Rare Memorials, there are clues as to, you see, how can I put this? The Spanish ambassador told Walsingham, as soon as they found out where this colony was going to be, the Spanish, they would slit the throats of every man, woman, and child in the colony, just like they did the Rabault colony in Florida, which was the French colony in Jacksonville. They killed 102 people, slaughtered man, woman, and child. So they had to write cryptically about it. Dee had to write cryptically about it. So he had a secret code word and a secret code symbol for the mission of 1583. The secret code word for the mission was, the slogan, sort of, was the anchor of hope.
Oh yes.
And the secret code word for the mission was, you want to take a guess?
Oh
Hmm.
no.
Rode, the
That's-
very name of our state. R-O-D-E.
Oh,
And so
interesting.
he
Okay.
hid these things. And what I wanted to explain was that nowadays you can see our flag. This is the Rhode Island state flag. It has the anchor on it, and there's hope. The anchor of hope is our state slogan. And we were the last ones to join the Union. That's why they have the 13 stars around it. But it was adopted by the first governor of Rhode Island, Benedict Arnold, in 1663. There you see his initials B.A., and there's the hope and the whole thing. And the idea of hope comes from the Bible, Hebrews chapter 6. Hope is the anchor for the soul. And so it's a theological thing, and Dee wasn't the first one to use it, but in the Bible, the persecuted Christians in Rome, they would have what's called a Cairo cross, which I don't know if you see it right here. It has a PX, Cairo, and underneath it you see the anchor. It's called an Anchor of Hope cross. Well, on the front cover of the book here, look what you see right on Queen Elizabeth, the top of her mast, the Anchor of Hope crosses. And if you take this a close-up of the ship here, you'll see the giant anchor right there on the ship. And there are all of these clues about the anchor of hope. If you take these words, this word right up on the top, which is part of hieroglyphicon, the word, and take that letter and combine them to make an H, you have H-O-P-E right there on the top. And if this tetrahedron is seen as a triangle, which Tracy observantly said earlier, well, that represents a triangular island that should be out here in the mouth of the bay, which is the Dee River, and Dee nicknamed lateral triangle, calling it the fourth letter. Anyway, if you take the triangle there, and in Greek, P and R are and in nautical terms, a bunch of and up on top, which is a symbol of the Tudor reign. You got my friend just created this artwork for me, and
Is
it
that
describes this
Either President Jim.
this group.
Oh, did we freeze?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
pause the video again.
Yeah, it's in Zoom, I think here.
Yeah, it's all right. This is helping us to relax a little bit, not get the motion sickness.
That's true.
The audio on the original recording was a little stuttering as well because he's walking around his museum with a smartphone and he doesn't have any motion stabilizer or steady cam or even a tripod. So if we were to ask this brilliant man to give us a guided tour, perhaps we could buy him a tripod like the one that you have to hold the camera smartphone device so he can set it down and point it at something and not have to hold it, so that we get smoother
Ooh, great idea.
video.
We could buy Jim Egan a telescoping
Tripod for his
tripod,
cyclopic smart device that can stream
his camera
audio
device.
and video. Yeah, it's
His camera
incredible.
is
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, John D.
Yeah, thanks,
It's
John
John
D.
D's world. We only live in it.
John D's world, and we're living in it.
Which
We
is
have,
a necklace
now.
that Sir Humphrey Gilbert received from Queen
Yeah,
Elizabeth just before he left.
good.
And it's written about. It's no longer, because it was around his neck probably when he drowned. But I'll read it to you. As a token of her special favor, the Queen gave Sir Humphrey a very excellent jewel, the portrait of a queen holding an anchor of gold set with 29 diamonds. There's the 29 diamonds. On her breast is a large pointed diamond, and on the flukes of the anchors are large pearls. The chain is decorated with roses like the road, and attaches a silk scarf with gold and silver. And on the back side, it's written, Tumor sub sacra ancora, be safeguarded by the sacred anchor. The anchor of hope and a road, there they are. He put them right on this emblem that he had, and Dee put him right on the chart and the whole thing. So, you know, people have known about this voyage. In 1582, Richard Hakluyt, he was a friend of Dee's. He writes all about the voyage, and he talks about it. This says parallel with Rome, the opus to the south, and then it goes 12 leagues into 5 small islands. And right there in the margin, he says the country of Sir Humphrey Gilbert's voyage. I don't know if you can see that. He says it right there. Anybody reading this book and anybody in England would know that this is exactly where it was, the country of Sir Humphrey Gilbert's voyage. So all this stuff has been known about, but nobody ever sort of piece it together that it's an important story, not only about the history of Newport at Rhode Island, but the history of America. This is where it all started. So I'm trying to convince local people to be interested in it. I've even made up these stickers that says Rhode Island is first and the whole thing. And I get so excited about it. I wrote these 8 books, and then I couldn't get anyone to read the 8 books. So I summarized it in this one book called Elizabethan America that I sell on Amazon.com. And it explains everything that I explained to you tonight, plus much, much more. And then every year since then, I've been writing another book. And some of the books include the clues that I found. In other words, I actually show you prints of where I found all of these clues. This one's called John Dee's America. This one's about 600 pages long. It has more about maps and
back to the time
This
conversion
is the works of John Dee, my translations and transliterations from Elizabethan England. This is about Newport in the 1800s and how they loved the tower, and then why they put
the gurgling of the audio
flag and various ones about geometry and such. And so I've had this museum for about 8 years now. I've had 8,000 people
We're trying
from
to
all over
preserve
the world, people
this.
from all over, every country of Europe, every city, every state in America has been here, but very few Rhode Islanders come. So if any Rhode Islanders out there, come on over, and you can also buy my latest product here. It is the Tower shot glass,
Yeah.
the Tower mug, the Tower koozie, the Tower in a can, and the Tower Christmas ornament.
Koozie.
I'm having too much fun with it, and postcards and the whole thing. So that's a pretty general summary of what's going on. I'm sorry it made you sick, Tracy, but I do that to people.
Even though
I had to pause it again. Seems like I'm jumping in between waves of 4G or something.
riding the seas of the 4G waves, looking for the 5G waves, 6G waves.
That's right. OG.
The OG 6G waves.
that area and that tower. And I'm kind of surprised that you would get any resistance really at this point, because you laid it out very well. So it's, I mean, they obviously you showed us the paper where it said that that river is named after him. It's pretty much open and shut case here, I think. So
that was my question. That was the one question that keeps popping into my mind here. Is have they actually come out and tried to poke holes in and or criticize or disagree with your theory, or have they just been using what we call dynamic silence? Usually when someone's right and they don't really want to address it, that's the term I've found that applies, that they just kind of, there's like a subtle passive agreement between scholars and other high-ups, and they just choose not to really talk about it or address it. So do you have like someone who said, oh no, here's why Jim Egan's wrong, or not, Jim?
No, and in fact, I love that term, dynamic silence. That's pretty much basically what it is. They kind of just basically ignore me. You see, a lot of, I've only lived in town here for about 8 years, and actually live in Jamestown now, but I've had this museum for about 8 years. So I'm kind of new, and Newport's kind of an old town, and people have kind of made up their mind about the tower. Oh, my grandmother said it was built by the Vikings, so I think it was built by the Vikings. You calling my grandmother a liar? You know?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then, you know, a lot of people tell me, oh, we like it as a mystery. We'd rather it remain a mystery. I'm like, what if this story is much more interesting than a mystery?
Right.
And so, and then the people who are down, you know, some of the historians around, they say, hey, look, we have an original document by the first governor, and he says that it's a windmill. Huh, what better evidence is that than that? And they don't even want to listen to my story. So, you know, it takes a while to move people. I was shocked. I figured people would really get it and it'd be a large bandwagon, but it's been an uphill battle for many years, and it will continue to be. I don't think that I'll be famous till 50 years after I'm dead, but it's a very important story, and, you know, I want to share it with the world. Part of the reason is, you know, this was Dee's dream. He wanted to settle the battles between Catholicism and Protestantism that had wrenched England and all of Europe, and this was to be the utopia. This was to be, in fact, when Sir Humphrey Gilbert drowned, the guy that was on the old sole surviving ship, he said he was holding a book, and his last sentence was, I'm no nearer to heaven by land than I am by sea. And that was a quote from Sir Thomas More's Utopia. Sir Thomas More lived in the early 1500s, and he was beheaded by the king, so he wasn't very popular, but he wrote this book called Utopia about this incredible land that everybody was free and they all worked. Fight.
Time compression algorithms. Utopia where everyone is free.
Run by the church, but in Rhode Island was the first place where there was freedom of religion. And in 1663, we got the first proclamation from the king that this was to be a place where you could worship as you pleased. And so the Quakers came, the Jews, the Sabbatarians. We have the first Quaker meeting house, the first the Jewish synagogue in America is here. And the Sabbatarians and the Ranters, all these groups were allowed to come here. They call it the sewer of New England. The people of Boston hated us because we let in all of these people here in Newport. So this became the place where there was freedom of religion. And so on the Eastern Seaboard, there were 5 major cities: Boston, Newport, New York.
Time compression again. Not hearing it up clearly.
Yeah, I paused it here.
Oh, okay.
What we could do is you screen share it from your screen and we hop over.
Yeah, how much is left in the video?
If you are, let's see.
How much is left on the video?
139.41 is what we are at 139.41, and the video is 3 hours 12 minutes and 44 seconds.
So we're at 1 hour 39 minutes.
Yeah, 41 seconds.
Okay. Let's see. Yeah, I think I've got the file here. If I can find it. In the meantime, how's the drive? How's the weather?
Oh, the drive it's getting nicer. I was going through the foothills of the mountains, and so it was like really curvy and switchbacky and narrow. dark, and then like raining on and off, like a little bit of rain, so you have to turn the windshield wipers on, but then like pretty much immediately no rain, so that they start squeaking, and then it would like rain a lot, so you turn them on again, and it would stop again. So it's like on your toes, sort of through the drive-in. But it's nice. I'm going to be in the high desert plain pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to log into Zoom here. Give me a moment. Continue speaking.
Yeah, no problem. This is actually, it's a pretty beautiful drive. I'm driving on Highway 84 between Portland and going through the gorge,
Okay.
Columbia River Gorge.
I'm logging in here. You might have to let me in
Oh yeah,
to Zoom.
let me pull over here. Got an exit coming up.
Okay. So I have the file. We went to an hour 38 minutes, I think.
Awesome.
So we're about the halfway point of this episode of replaying RX Only Picture Show number 42. James Allen Egan and Tracy Twyman explore John D. and the Newport Tower. For the next 90 minutes, I will be streaming it from my machine, if all goes as planned.
All goes as planned. Yes, I should hope so.
As I'm waiting, I'm working on the t-shirt design for Weaving Spiders
Awesome.
Welcome.
That is an awesome idea. What a fun thing to work on too. It will soon be adorning many loyal chests.
Oh, absolutely. If I say got it, maybe it lets me in. When President Jim lets me into the meeting on February 28th, 2022 at 2:55 a.m. Central Time. What's the time on your device?
It is 12:55.
All right. Let's see if I can share a screen here. Optimize that video clip.
I'm in a little town called the Dalles, Oregon.
Is this looking familiar to you?
Oh yeah. Very good.
Let's see how it sounds.
Island that should be out here in the mouth of the bay, which is the Dee River, and Dee nicknames himself the Triangle. He signs his name over 1,000 times in his book with an equilateral triangle, calling it the fourth letter. He calls himself the fourth letter. Anyway, if you take that triangle there, and in Greek, P is an R, R-O-D-E. It spells road right there. It spells road and hope. He was so clever. And in nautical terms, a bunch of ships that are coming into a safe harbor, they say they're at road, which means they're at safety here. And up on the top here, you'll see these roses, which is a symbol of the Tudor reign. So you got in Greek, road means rose. That's the symbol of the Tudor reign. So what I really wanted to show you was that my friend just created this artwork for me. And it describes this brooch, which is a necklace that Sir Humphrey Gilbert received from Queen Elizabeth just before he left. And it's written about. It's no longer, because it was around his neck probably when he drowned. But I'll read it to you. As a token of her special favor, the Queen gave Sir Humphrey a very excellent jewel, the portrait of a queen holding an anchor of gold set with 29 diamonds. There's the 29 diamonds. On her breast is a large pointed diamond, and on the flukes of the anchors are large pearls. The chain is decorated with roses like the road, and it attaches a silk scarf with gold and silver. And on the back side, it's written, Tumor sub sacra ancora, be safeguarded by the sacred anchor. The anchor of hope and a road, there they are. He put them right on this emblem that he had, and Dee put them right on the chart and the whole thing. So, you know, people have known about this voyage. In 1582, Richard Hakluyt, he was a friend of Dee's. He writes all about the voyage, and he talks about this. Says parallel with Rome, the opus to the south, and then it goes 12 leagues and the 5 small islands. And right there in the margin, he says the country of Sir Humphrey Gilbert's voyage. I don't know if you can see that. He says it right there. Anybody reading this book, and anybody in England would know that this is exactly where it was, the country of Sir Humphrey Gilbert's voyage. So all this stuff has been known about, but nobody ever sort of pieced it together that it's an important story, not only about the history of Newport and Rhode Island, but the history of America. This is where it all started. So I'm trying to convince local people to be interested in it. I've even made up these stickers that says Rhode Island is first and the whole thing. And I get so excited about it. I wrote these 8 books, and then I couldn't get anyone to read the 8 books. So I summarized it in this one book called Elizabethan America that I sell on Amazon.com. And it explains everything that I explained to you tonight, plus much, much more. And then every year since then, I've been writing another book. And some of the books include the clues that I found. In other words, I actually show you prints of where I found all of these clues. This one's called John Dee's America. This one's about 600 pages long. It has more about maps and charts, more detailed about Dee's. I call it the idea of America came from the mind of John Dee. And then this is the works of John Dee, my translations and transliterations from Elizabethan England. This is about Newport in the 1800s and how they loved the tower, and then why they put it on the Newport city flag, and various ones about geometry and such. And so I've had this museum for about 8 years now. I've had 8,000 people from all over the world, people from all over, every country of Europe, every city, every state in America has been here, but very few Rhode Islanders come. So if any Rhode Islanders out there, come on over, and you can also buy my latest product here is the Tower shot glass.
Yeah.
The Tower mug, the Tower koozie, the Tower in a can, and the Tower Christmas ornament here. I'm having too much fun with it, and postcards and the whole thing. So that's a pretty general summary of what's going on. I'm sorry it made you sick, Tracy, but I do that to people.
No, we're loving this.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff that you've told us, and really, even though you've only summarized it here, I think you've made your case certainly about John Dee and his involvement with that area and that tower. And I'm kind of surprised that you would get any resistance really at this point, because you laid it out very well. So they obviously, you showed us the paper where it said that river is named after him. It's pretty much open and shut case here, I think. So
that was my question. That was the one question that keeps popping into my mind here is, have they actually come out and tried to poke holes in and or criticize or disagree with your theory, or have they just been using what we call dynamic silence? Usually when someone's right and they don't really want to address it, that's the term I've found that applies, that they just kind of, there's like a subtle passive agreement between scholars and other high-ups, and they just choose not to really talk about it or address it. So do you have like someone who said, oh no, here's why Jim Egan's wrong, or not, Jim?
No, and in fact, I love that term, dynamic silence. That's pretty much basically what it is. They kind of just basically ignore me. You see, a lot of, I've only lived in town here for about 8 years, and actually live in Jamestown now, but I've had this museum for about 8 years. So I'm kind of new, and Newport's kind of an old town, and people have kind of made up their mind about the tower. Oh, my grandmother said it was built by the Vikings, so I think it was built by the Vikings. You calling my grandmother a liar?
Yeah.
And then, a lot of people tell me, oh, we like it as a mystery. We'd rather remain a mystery. I'm like, what if this story is much more interesting than a mystery?
Right.
And so, and then the people who are down, some of the historians around, they say, hey, look, we have an original document by the first governor, and he says that it's a windmill. Huh, what better evidence is that than that? And they don't even want to listen to my story. So, it takes a while to move people. I was shocked. I figured people would really get it and it'd be a large bandwagon, but it's been an uphill battle for many years, and it will continue to be. I don't think that I'll be famous till 50 years after I'm dead, but it's a very important story, and I want to share it with the world. Part of the reason is, this was Dee's dream. He wanted to settle the battles between Catholicism and Protestantism that had wrenched England and all of Europe, and this was to be the utopia. This was to be, in fact, when Sir Gilbert drowned, the guy that was on the old sole surviving ship, he said he was holding a book, and his last sentence was, I'm no nearer to heaven by land than I am by sea. And that was a quote from Sir Thomas More's Utopia. Sir Thomas More lived in the early 1500s, and he was beheaded by the king, so he wasn't very popular, but he wrote this book called Utopia about this incredible land that everybody was free, and they all worked loving jobs, and there was no religion fighting, there was anything. And so that's what Dee was dreaming of, and that's what Gilbert was dreaming of, and that's what the first governor of Rhode Island, and also the people who came to Rhode Island, wanted. That was their dream as well. You see, most of the other colonies, Boston, New York, Philadelphia, they were all run by the church. But in Rhode Island was the first place where there was freedom of religion. And in 1663, we got the first proclamation from the king that this was to be a place where you could worship as you pleased. And so the Quakers came, the Jews, the Sabbatarians. We have the first Quaker meeting house, the first the Jewish synagogue in America is here. And the Sabbatarians and the Ranters, all these groups were allowed to come here. They called it the sewer of New England. The people of Boston hated us because we let in all of these people here in Newport. So this became the place where there was freedom of religion. And so on the Eastern Seaboard, there were 5 major cities: Boston, Newport, New York, Charleston, South Carolina, and Philadelphia. Well, in the Revolutionary War, when all of these, the Americans were fighting these taxes and such, they decided to take over one of the 5 cities. What did they take over? Newport. Why? The biggest rabble-rousers were here. And they occupied the city for 3 years, and they trashed the place. They lived in the building next door. They lived in one of those buildings. The building next door, they would burn it. And so they burned half the city. Half the population left and never returned. And they stored the gunpowder in the tower. And when they left, they lit it because so the Americans wouldn't get it. And boom, it blew the top off the tower. That's when the wood got compromised, and it later all rotted, and the top was gone. It's amazing the thing still stands. It withstood, all that exposure. But the point is, after the war, 12 of the 13 colonies formed a union, and Rhode Island said, "We're not joining because you didn't put in anything about freedom of religion. They didn't put anything about freedom of speech in there. We've already got these freedoms here. We're not joining." So Washington was president for a year and a half before Rhode Island finally joined, and it was only by a vote of 34 to 32, by a slim margin. And Washington was so appreciative, he got on a horse and rode up to Rhode Island, and he gave a very famous speech at the Toro Synagogue, which is just down the street here. And so Rhode Island was this place where, in other words, we insisted that the Bill of Rights be amended to the Constitution before we signed on, and they agreed to that. So these freedoms that we have came from Rhode Island. And so, it's a very important story because America is a beacon of freedom for...
Oh, we might have lost him there, folks. We'll see. Jim, if you can hear us...
Jim, do you hear us?
Your phone just jumped only to your icon, and we can no longer hear your audio.
Yes.
I know that he said that
Jim,
he had done his
can you
best
hear
to
us?
charge his phone up. So maybe what I'm going to do right now while we're waiting is I think I'm going to go and try and email him the link because he said he could potentially...
Excuse me.
sit down at his desktop if need be. Because I know even if your phone's almost dead and you plug it in, it'll still last, but your
I just
charger
inhaled a sandwich.
typically will not keep up with the
Oh, I got
rate at
some
which audio and video
sandwich crumbs,
combined
Mom.
are going to drain down your battery. So please bear with me. You want to kind of can you talk to the chat or something long enough for me to grab it and get an email up here, Jim?
Yeah, are you still here, Tracy?
I am here. Yes. What is that? A do-rag on Sean's head?
What up? What up? I'm giving up hats for Lent.
I was thinking
I like
about,
my
Mr. Egan there, and that if he wants to get the attention of academia, he probably should try to relate this story somehow to gender studies or global warming, or climate change, and maybe he could get one of his papers in an academic
Global
journal.
horology.
And because I don't know if you've seen the news about the I guess you would call it an academic hoax that was pulled off.
Yeah, you should tell that story, Tracy, just in case people in the chat didn't catch it when you posted it on Twitter. You should, because it's like Portland University or something, isn't it? Like right down the street from you.
Yeah, well, yeah, the professors that started it or are from PSU, and basically, from my recollection, they wrote a paper about, I don't know, they were studying dog genitals, and somehow that it had something to do with feminism, and man, I need to get the details here, but anyway, the point was that they wrote something that was supposed to be ridiculous, but because they related it somehow to gender studies, they were able to get it into all of these academic journals, and it was highly praised before someone figured out that it was actually a joke. And then I don't think they got fired, but the professors that came up with the hoax are being threatened to be fired, and they're very much being vilified by all
Yeah,
of the
that
other
was
teachers.
to me that was the most shocking thing, was that they got hoaxed and they didn't like be embarrassed and like kind of put their tail between their legs. Instead, they're like, "You dirty bastards are hoaxing us, and this is too serious for you to be making jokes and making fun of us." And they like tried to turn it around and like lambaste them, like, "You guys are the ones that reviewed an article about, like, what was it, milking? No, it was examining dogs' genitals." And they claimed that they had examined just less than 10,000 dogs' genitals. And go ahead, Tracy.
Oh, no, okay, so it had something to do with dog humping incidents at dog parks can be taken as evidence of rape culture. And then, yeah, the evidence, some of the evidence they brought in was the many thousands of dog genitals that they had examined. I mean, I would love to see the whole piece, because these are snippets of it. That was just one of the papers, though, because apparently there were others.
Snippet? Is that a
and one of them
dog
had
genital
a
mutilation joke?
section of Mein Kampf that had been rewritten as intersectional feminism. I don't even know what intersectional feminism
Cut it
is.
out, Alan.
Oh,
Apparently.
I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could define it while I'm
know
still
now.
trying to send Jim an email. But
Someone
someone in the chat, please define intersectional feminism, or at least go to the Urban Dictionary and copy paste for us so we could read it aloud during this live broadcast. Thank you.
So
The
rape
intersectional,
culture, dog humping incidents at parks.
Jim's got it for us. Go ahead, Jim.
the concept of intersectionality is intended to illuminate dynamics that have often been overlooked by feminist movements and theory. As articulated by author Bell Hooks, the emergence of intersectionality challenged the notion that gender was the primary factor in determining a woman's fate. That's
Okay.
what
Not
the
sure.
Google
See?
said.
Do I understand it better now
Yeah.
or not?
Now we know.
Intersectionality considers the various forms of social stratification, such as class, race, sexual orientation, age, religion, creed, disability, and gender, do not exist separately from each other but are interwoven together. While the theory began as an exploration of the oppression of women of color within society, today the analysis is potentially applied to all social categories, including social identities usually seen as dominant when considered independently.
Okay. Well, I think the professors that did this hoax, they said they were motivated by the fact that they were seeing so many articles in academic journals that were relating things that one would think of as a hard science to to feminism and gender studies and things like that, and interpreting scientific data as being racist or homophobic or things like that, which one strains the mind to imagine how that can be. So I saw a clip of someone, I guess, doing a TED talk where she was talking about what do you would call it, some kind of glaciers that were anti-female or something. I mean, what's the term? Yeah, anti-feminist glaciers.
Misogynistic or no? Yeah, male. I remember that one now. Yeah,
male-dominated scientists, or it was a male-dominated field. The scientists had studied the glaciers, and they put a telephone under a glacier so that you could call a phone number and listen to the glacier sounds. That was
oh wow.
The feminist way to.
I wanted
study.
to point something out. My email was lagging really hard in the browser, so I'm trying again. I really want to get Jim back. I told him we had this planned in advance just in case this happens, so we should be able to get him back, hopefully.
Do you want me to call him?
Well, that's not a bad idea. Will your setup just grab him onto the line? Will he just come through on your side and we'll be able to hear you guys' conversation like speaker phone or?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm just saying, do you want me to call him and find out what's up?
Yeah, you can call him and at least get a confirmation that he wants to pop back up if I can get him the link. Sure, absolutely. Let's do that.
All right.
And
I'll call him and just find out if he's coming back or not.
Cool. The other thing I wanted to say about the article, and we'll post it in the Discord, the people who did it are all leftists. They're not like conservative Trump trolls or something. These are all people that have become disenfranchised to some degree and disenchanted with the severity that the path of the left has taken. So because I'm sure they feel most attacked, because they're, obviously if you're in high up academia and you're on the left or right, you have a goal and an outcome for what your work is pointed at, and if all of a sudden it all goes to hell, there's some pushback, like, hey, whoa, everybody, let's come back towards the center a little bit, we're going nuts here. And if you're not seeing results, then you start to become jaded and be like, all right, well, how about we examine dog genitals and prove that it means everybody's rapey? 3, 2, 1, go. Oh, look, you approved us because that's what you're, it's such an echo chamber.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Sorry, I was actually, I just was saying I'm going to get rid of my video for a minute while I do this.
Okay.
And my audio. I'll be back in a moment.
Uh-oh.
By the way, folks, I did post, I posted updated information in the description of this show. I posted Jim Egan's Amazon.com page so that you can go there. I recently, just yesterday, paid the $30 or whatever it is to buy the Elizabethan America book because that's the summary. I will definitely be buying at some point in time his translation of all of John Dee's works because I would say that's like quintessential publication. Haha, that's Tracy's old publishing company. But I know that he includes the Latin and the English, and I'm really hoping that I guess. The truth is, if we can't get him back on tonight, we can definitely continue on and read the chat and discuss. There was so much information that he presented. It's so fast that I think most of us just kind of underwater with it, like. Oh, yeah. And
I think he came back.
So if we can't get him back, of course, we could follow up with him and say, look, we want to do this again. Maybe. Who knows? Maybe we'll have a daytime episode where he can go over to the tower during the day. Who knows? I'll kind of see the camera obscura live.
That would be cool.
Tell him he can get a little bit more prep.
Daytime
and get his,
episode.
Cell phone on a tripod so that,
that would be cool.
It's not quite as
yeah.
Because he's a professional
Perhaps an
photographer. I'm
Ultras
sure he could
initiative.
do all that. So,
Episode with Jimmy.
Hey,
what's up?
so he said
Hey,
we could call him back and just wrap it up,
Okay, so
nice.
I'm having a little bit of trouble with the browser, so I'm just trying to. I'm going to my sent messages where I know I sent Jim the link earlier. This Jim, and
Oh shit,
I
where'd I
should
put that
be
link?
able to forward it that way. I really
It's in the
hate
ether,
that,
Jim.
Tracy, is it possible for you to email me the link? Is it easy right in front of you? Because it won't let me copy paste with my phone
Tracy's.
on Twitter private messages.
It probably is if I could remember what your email address is.
I'll put it in the side chat because that's the one I use all the time. You know, not that I don't trust and love you guys, but there is such things as the real trolls in the world, and I get enough spam. So
Okay.
it's almost
Okay.
there. Plus, if I say my real email, I'll totally date myself.
Does he have a Hotmail account?
Oh, there he is. He's
We're
back.
back.
All right. Jim, welcome
It's
back. Exactly what we
SB
predicted
hip-hop
might happen
pants,
did happen, and the
dance,
browser was lagging so hard I
culture,
couldn't get an email to
the
you to jump
Hotmail.
to your desktop. So,
Okay, well, I apologize. I ran out of battery power on my end, so I'm plugged in now so we can chat.
yeah, we're glad to have you back, and we've got plenty of time. So let's take it easy and do some Q&A or whatever. I'm not sure if I remember where we left off, but that's okay.
Okay.
I know someone asked how tall the tower was.
It's 28 feet tall right now from the ground up to the top, but I think it was originally 36 feet high and had the 12-foot dome on it, so it was 48 feet high. And it holds the proportions of 1 to 2, 2 to 3, and 3 to 4, very important harmonic proportions that the D knew about.
36.
Anyone else
42.
have a specific
Yeah, we
question?
could. Jim, did you catch any questions in the chat? Folks, right now is a great time to type questions. Any questions you might have for Jim Egan? Let's see. I had a. Now, let me. I'm going to reiterate
Anybody
something
in
you
the chat
said. You
have
said that
questions?
108 is like the most sacred and mystical number in many
Oh.
Eastern traditions, and that you
just question about
consider
sound.
252 to be
I asked
the sacred number of the West, and that they complete the circle if you add them together. Was that right?
Yes, 252 and 108. Yep.
So that's 360 degrees.
Yeah, there's 108 beads on the mala, and I just ordered one, and they all have 108 on it. And I asked the lady
Mala.
if she would make me one with 252 on it, so I'm going to have two malas.
Cool.
But the traditional one is 108. There's 108 verses in the Rig Veda. 108 is very integral to their calendar system, the long range, which deals with epics. 108, 216, and 432. So, yeah, I mean, you can Google it. If you go to Delhi today, you pay an extra $1,000 to have 108 on your cell phone number. It's like
108.
ultra special.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
The epics, it's the number of suitors that Penelope had in the Odyssey.
Interesting.
wow, that's
Penelope.
Yeah.
I did-
So
Wow.
Is that
I also
the-
wanted to point
is
out
that
that
the
they
name of a
both
pig
reduced
in a pig naming
numerologically to
contest?
9. Now, when I listened to your other
Was it?
broadcast, Jim, you used a special word for that, a mathematical word for that reduction of numbers, and I wanted to remember that too.
I
Well,
don't
yeah, the
remember
numbers indig.
using that word.
Indigging is the phrase that Buckminster Fuller, when you add the digits, they add to 9. Actually, any number that's a multiple of 9, if you indig it, the digits will always add to 9. 18, 27, 36, all these, they always add to 9. But any number, no matter how you go, it's always divisible by 9. So that's one of the important stories in what Dee calls consummata, which means to make perfect. So, but I don't want to explain the whole thing here. I'd really make everybody throw
Please
up.
do.
Tell me.
Well, we're getting requests for you to definitely be a return guest, and someone is saying, where did I
Yeah,
see
we need to
there?
return.
Return.
Someone wanted to know more about the lost Jew thing.
Yeah, that was the one I was trying to get to.
The lost what?
The lost Jew? I'm not sure if I remember
Lost
that part of the story, so.
Was there a lost Jew thing? I was out of the room, so I don't know.
The lost Jew.
What's
Jewel?
lost
The jewel.
Oh no, I understand. Okay, they're asking about the theory that the Native Americans are actually the lost tribe of Israel, and that was part of the British mission to come over here, convert the Native Americans, and potentially bring the return of Christ. I remember that being. We were talking about that in the side chat. Oh, it looks like we might be getting some lag here. We might have lost.
USA is
folks.
Egypt.
Hey, Jim.
What?
Yeah, if he's still on his phone, I'm gonna keep trying to get the. there's
Tracy
gotta be
gets
a
me
way I
every
can get
time.
that to send, because if he wants to go sit at his desktop, we can get him back in that way. But that phone, it drags so much power for audio and video at the same time. It's just.
Okay.
So I was trying to see if I can do this again or not.
Someone says Columbus is believed to be a crypto-Semite.
Yeah,
Crypto-Semite.
I've heard that theory before.
Hmm.
Well, I know there was a whole bunch of crypto Jews in South America, and they called them Marranos. I don't remember the full details of the story, but I know that was definitely part of the history of South America. Now
But I think what James Egan was saying, like in the previous interview I did with him when he mentions this lost tribe of Israel theory, that he was saying was quite popular during that time, and it was pretty much the predominant belief amongst Christians in Britain, was that I think his point was just they're preoccupied with converting the Indians and with actualizing some kind of prophesized destiny, and that was the climate that Elizabeth and John Dee were working under. That they may have been involved in something more mystical, a more kind of mystically motivated plot, and they couldn't really tell everybody the details of what they were thinking because everybody else was more of, I guess what would be called now a fundamentalist Christian. And if he's saying that he thinks, people would have been possibly persecuted for using a camera obscura, then you can imagine that a lot of the things that he was talking about here are things that you just wouldn't talk about with, normal people back then.
Yeah, I definitely wanted to drag that portion of the topic in, and I just didn't. I tried to interrupt him at one point, but the idea that we don't encode things like all of the old texts do, and it's all of them across the board. They all what do they call it when the writing is paralleling each other on two sides of the page? It's almost forward and backwards. There's a name for that. I can't remember it right off the top of my head.
It's like palindrome. What was that, Tracy?
Are you talking about one of the zigzags? When the text goes right to left and then left to right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's called booster feed on.
So I'm back again. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Welcome back, Jim.
Sorry, I got plugged in here, but maybe it wasn't charging, or maybe it's
Yes.
unhandling, but
Sometimes the draw on the phone will just overrun the amount of charge that your charger can push. So what I'm trying to
I
do
think
is
that's what's happened.
send you
Yeah.
an email right now with the link, just in case it happens again. You said you had a desktop.
I can go link to the desktop. Okay.
So I'm trying to get it in an email. It's just taking forever because I think this computer is it's cursing me a little bit.
That's okay. Tech happens.
Did you put your email address in the chat there?
I did, but I got the link,
Yeah.
Tracy. So
Yeah.
I should be okay. I'll let you know. But yeah, Jim, we were just discussing how
Thanks.
how we know that there's probably at least some doubt in the way that you present your theories because of the fact that people fail to understand how encoded, encrypted, and obsessed with riddles they were in the past. Partly because of just the fun of it or the nature of making things mean more than one thing, but also because of the danger. You know, if you're making a camera obscura and you think it's going to cost you your life, then you'll probably find a way to not be real obvious when you're writing it in a letter being sent across the sea or something. So.
Yeah, actually, both of those things. Yeah, there's a very special book. Let me see if I can grab it right here. I want to show you this. This is a great book.
Okay, looks like it should
Sorry,
be sent.
this is a really special book that I really enjoyed reading. It's called Elizabethan Silent Language, and it is all about crypto. Are we upside down here? Elizabethan Silent Language, and it's written by this woman, Mary Hazard, and it's all about how they made riddles back then in Dee's time, and it was all about the cryptic codes in emblems and everything. They love doing that. We don't do that anymore. We don't tell riddles. Riddles we consider child's play, and they don't do that anymore. So we have to think in terms of what these Elizabethans thought like. And I mean, look at Shakespeare. He's filled with riddles and dirty jokes and all of this double entendres and such.
Right.
It's all the same thing. So yeah, that's a very important aspect, and that's why people don't understand it. I happen to be a riddler, and I happen to understand. I like riddles and I like jokes. That's why I'm like, oh, here's what Dee is saying. He makes sense to me. But academics, particularly, they don't do riddles. We're too serious for that.
Well, we're going into another time period here where people are looking at such things with suspicion, and it's somewhat of a similar reason, but it's really because people are waking up to how much of this there is, and some of it being, having its roots in secret societies, some of which have had, what some people would consider a malignant influence on history and on the government. So, yeah, we're in a time period where a lot of people look askance at any use of a cryptic language because they just think, oh, that's Illuminati stuff, and it must have some kind of bad undertone to it. There's something evil that they're encoding in there, and probably most of the time that's not the case, although sometimes it is. But yeah, I think that's an interesting parallel that we have in our own time here.
No, it's a very good observation, and it's a thing of our times where we have to understand it in veiled language, especially nowadays when sometimes our politicians aren't saying the things that they really mean, for example, all over every day, in the news. But yeah, I'm not a conspiracy guy. I'm not all into all these conspiracy things. I'm a historian. I'm an amateur academic. I'm not an academic. I don't have a PhD, as I said, but I am able to understand what Dee says and understand his riddles and his puzzles. It's like, almost like he's talking to me, because a part of it is I've translated his books from Latin into English. And when you go through that and really understand the words and the phrases and how the illustrations relate to the words, and being a professional photographer, I'm able to think visually and graphically, and that's what Dee did. He had that kind of a mind that thought visually and graphically. So all of this stuff, I'm like, oh, I get where and I know that he's riddling. Everything that he did is a giant riddle, and he was so clever at it, and it just amazes me more and more. I'm working on another book now. It's over 1,000 pages long, more about the Monas Hieroglyphica. Yeah, I mean, the depth of the riddling in there is just unbelievable. Yeah.
How many books do you have? I mean, I was counting. I don't ever think I got to the end of it because I was trying to put some links to some of your books in the description of one of the videos I did. And at a certain point, I just gave up. I only listed a few of them.
Well, thank you. You got the main ones. By the way, that video came out great. I looked at it last night, and except for the subject, me, but no, it was just great. And but I love the way you put visuals over all of the stuff. So very well done. I've written 20 books, and I'm working on this is going to be, it's sort of 3 books that I'm working on at once now. Nobody wants to read a 1,000-page book. But, over the last 10 years, maybe 15 years, I've written 20 books. And I self-publish them, and you can go to Amazon and type in James Allen Egan, ALANEGAN, James Allen Egan, and they should all pop up. And,
Yeah, I've got the link is in the description for anybody that wants to buy the books. And I just purchased my first James Allen Egan book yesterday. I grabbed the Elizabethan America book, and I just said this while you were gone, Jim, but I definitely encourage people to check it out. Pick one, buy one, so that you have a hard copy at home. And I love that you translated all the John Dee stuff. Eventually, I will definitely come fire the button for buy one more time to get all of that and have a hard copy in my library. So.
Yeah. When we mean hard copy, he just means a printed version. It's not a hardcover book.
Right.
And but Elizabethan America is the first one people should buy. You bought the right one. That's a good starter book. It summarizes everything.
Right.
And the rest sort of tangentialize from there. Yeah.
So someone brought up the Shakespeare stuff again in the chat here, and that reminded me. Yeah, that's definitely another book of yours that people ought to get. Is the one about Shakespeare and John Dee possibly collaborating, because I just thought that was another amazing thing that you've discovered, and it fits right in with him being the guy that came up with the idea of America, and that we're living in his new world now. Well, we're also speaking English that is largely influenced by Shakespearean English, and he had something to do with that, according to you. So would you mind, we're almost at the end here, I'm sure you probably want to go to bed or something, but can you just...
No, I'm okay.
A little thumbnail there.
I can talk forever because we discussed it a little bit on the other video. Shakespeare coined over 250 words, new words in the English language. John Dee coined 144 words. A lot of them were Latin and French and Italian words that he used for the first time in English. But they were both wordsmiths, and I think they were great friends. And you can go to any encyclopedia and look up The Tempest, and you'll see the character Prospero. Everybody says it was modeled after John Dee, with his magical books and the magic stuff, and so I think London was not that big a place. They were great friends. They knew each other. Whoever Shakespeare is, I won't get into that whole debate right now. But once I started reading and reread The Tempest, and I went to see the play, and I'm like, oh my God, this is a whole. It's a reflection on this whole colonization effort. And in other words, Shakespeare commemorated most of the other kings, Richard I, Richard II, all of these kings in King John, but he didn't really write about the queen who was queen when he was there. Well, part of it was you don't want to take chances, a little risky. But I claim that what this is about. The Tempest was commemoration of one of the greatest events that happened in Elizabethan history. It didn't work out, but it eventually worked out. And the whole idea of new worlds, and there are all sorts of hidden clues in there. I don't know if you know, Prospero sends Ariel one night out to fly down to the Bermuths, and Bermuths it was the Elizabethan term for Bermuda, and just offshore from Newport, if you head south here, is Bermuda, and so in fact every year they have a Newport to Bermuda sailboat race. And so there are all of these clues. In fact, I told you about the anchor of hope and the idea that rose or road was the clue. Well, the word prospero, in it you can find the word rose, R-O-S-E, and the word spero, S-P-E-R-O, in Latin means hope. The very name has rose and hope, and that's brilliant. And wow. Miranda, who was his daughter, Miranda, you know what that means in Italian or in Latin? Nope. Watchtower.
Wow, oh really?
Hello, I was blown away. I looked it up, I'm like, holy shit. And so here's the Watchtower and the whole thing, And so, being familiar with all the characters in the Elizabethan colonization effort, I was able to associate each character with a different person in the Tempest, and they're all riddles about that Elizabethan people would have gotten because they knew these characters, and so the elite that he was writing for would understand all this double entendre, but. The people down, what do they call them, the underlings, the people, the groundlings, whatever, they wouldn't get it. And people who didn't understand this colonization wouldn't get it. And if you don't understand, if you haven't read Elizabethan America, you'll think that I'm bonkers. But once you do read it and understand what this was all about and how they hit riddles, you'll see that it makes perfect sense. And so I just was so excited about it every time I turn around. I don't know if you know the play, but the ship, he makes this giant tempest, and the ship gets shipwrecked up on the island, right? Are you familiar with the play?
A little bit.
Yeah. Anyway, the group of people that were on the island, on the ship that he seen were the people who had usurped his throne. He used to be the king of Naples, and so Prospero did. So he gets them in, and they all get washed up on the shore, but in 3 different groups. And one group is 2 guys. One's a drunk guy and his friend, and then the single guy, Ferdinand, he's the son. He gets a shed, and then all of the king and all of the men, they're the 3rd group. Well, if you got 3 shores and an island, what's the shape of the island? Well, it's triangular, which is like the triangular island at the mouth of the river, which calls his name the triangular island. That's his name. He calls himself the Triangle, and he signs his name over 1,000 times with the triangular. So the whole island is triangular anyway. As Prospero gets all of them, they eventually all make it to the center of the island, and he forgives them all. That's what the whole thing is all about, and it's supposedly his swan song, his final thing. But I claim in the middle of the island is the tower, and the tower is representative of this tower here. And in other words, that was where Prospero and his daughter lived for 14 years. Anyway, it's a much longer book. I don't expect you to believe it just on me talking about it, but that's a very important thing. And if there's a connection there's probably other connections as well. Stay tuned.
You had us at D. That's the truth.
Okay, so doesn't this sound very similar to? There's another story I've heard about John Dee, and I can only remember a little bit of it, but basically it was that the defeat of the Spanish Armada with a storm was something that he had caused by doing magic. Have you heard this?
Yeah, no, I've heard that, but he was in Prague at the time. He wasn't even, near London at all. But
it's magic.
It is kind of magic, and so he could have been not. Yeah, but I don't, see any. I don't see why it couldn't be possible, but I don't see. I haven't included any of that stuff in my book because he was kind of far away. He was out of favor with the Queen, but he was also John Dee, and something very special. But I will say that the Elizabethans would not have won that battle if it hadn't been for John Dee, because he was the one that convinced the Queen to build a navy of 60 to 80 large ships. And if they hadn't built that, they wouldn't have had all of this protection to get this stuff done. So,
good point. Yes.
And part of the reason why the colony in North Carolina failed was that they sent over the colonists, and then John White, one of these guys, said, "Well, I'm going back to England, and I'm coming back with supplies." Well, when he got back to England, the Queen said, "No ships are going to leave anymore because the Spanish are going to attack at any time." And they weren't able to go back for like 3 or 4 years. And the people there, they ended up starving. When they did finally go back, all they found was a post that had the word Croatoan on it, and the colony had been lost, and that's why they called it the lost colony. So, all of this stuff is really integral to American history.
Have you decoded Croatoan yet? Because that's the sort of thing you would do, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, I haven't got to that one yet, no, but I did go down and visit the island down there, Roanoke Island, and took the tour of it. They have this huge amphitheater, and since 1939, they've been putting on this stage performance with Elizabeth and Raleigh and the whole thing. and it's huge. They really love Elizabethan history down there, and they've got an Elizabethan garden you can walk through, and you can see the old site, which there's not much there. But here, there's a building that still exists. It's right there, and nobody cares. It just blows my mind away.
I can't believe I didn't learn anything about John Dee until I started learning about occultism, when I was a teenager. But, I went through all that learning about American history and stuff, and nobody told me about John Dee.
Yeah, they don't mention him. Before we get far off the subject, I wanted to ask Jim, did you ever read Fulcanelli's Dwellings of the Philosophers and kind of tie things together with him? Because it sounds like you guys are coming from really similar foundational work.
I haven't. No, I'm not familiar with Fulcanelli. No, but I know the name, but I'm not familiar. I haven't read the work.
The reason I bring it up is because they have such a thing as called angel language, and I'm not talking about the magical language of John Dee. They also call it the language of the birds, and they think that that there's one universal language that all languages stem from. And Fulcanelli is explaining how they used symbolism because of the Greek root. If I remember correctly, there's a Greek root. I mean, I know that it's somewhat debated, but that there's a Greek root to French. And so that if you read the Fulcanelli book, he describes how an illustration or a picture will be decoded directly into letters and numbers, and with enough symbols there that it's obvious that it's a very specific scene. And it reminded me a lot of your work, especially you talking about the Latin part of it, that when you're translating, it becomes really obvious that, like you said, Dee's talking to you, because it snaps and you're like, aha, I get it. And then you find it redundantly again and again. You're unraveling the riddle over and over again. And Fulcanelli's book, the book I'm talking about is called The Dwellings of the Philosophers, and he's describing alchemy and how they've hidden the symbols of the angel language or the language of the birds, and how they've used it as a way to encode, protect, and keep themselves safe. And at the same time, it's, a way to keep it inside the secret college or inside the secret society, so that they can trade back and forth in letters and or pictures. And even if someone finds it, it doesn't mean anything because you don't understand the secret code,
Exactly, yeah, being right in cryptic. Yeah, Dee was fluent in Greek, Latin, and some Hebrew, and also French and Italian and such. So, I mean, he was just such a polymath, and a lot of his clues are hidden in the letters of the Greek alphabet and the Latin alphabet. He's particularly fond of the. In fact, I'll show you one of them. Since you. The Latin alphabet has the 23 letters in it, and so the middle letter is M. But guess what letter? The number 9. Nobody talked about the number 9. It's very important. I mean, I didn't get into the whole 9, but you noticed how 108 and 252 were all add up to 9. The whole thing. Well, guess what the 9th letter is? I.
So there you go.
So he makes a whole riddle about the 9th, and Bucky says in the cube octahedron there are 8 tetrahedra, and the center point is the no 9. It's the place where everything passes through, and so that's the eye of the eye is the center point of the whole shape. So
yeah.
that is the model for the camera obscura. So the whole thing is one big riddle, and Dee does involve language and especially the alphabet letters, the numbers of the alphabet. He even says in his book that he uses gematria and ziruf and notericon. And these are, gematria is number codes. Ziruf is a jumbled letter code where you mix letters up like the jumble in the newspaper.
Right.
And notericon is where you take the first letter of a phrase and it spells another word. And he says that he's using them. Well, nobody ever looks for them. Well, I look for them. I'm like, oh, look what he's doing here. So, yeah, there are all of these, hidden level clues that you have to figure out.
Right.
But they're all there. He tells us everything.
Yeah, that you're talking about the 9 reminded me
The
of my
first letter
email
of a
question
phrase.
whether or not Bucky and
What was
Dee
that called?
might have been thinking of 9 intervals, but I don't know if we could. The question I asked folks in email yesterday or this afternoon, I don't remember, was
I don't remember
that
either.
Buckminster Fuller thought of 9 as being what I misspoke and said was the answer to everything, and that's actually true about John Dee with the number 10, that he sees 10 as the beginning or the birth or the coming back to 1 because it's the repeating number, whereas Jim had explained to me that Bucky thought of 9 more as like null or 0.
Yeah, 0. Right, yeah. Interesting for you astrologers out there. Buckminster Fuller and John Dee were born within a day of each other.
Wow.
I mean, they're both Cancer the Crab. Cancer the Crab, yeah.
Wow.
I was shocked. I saw this list of birthdays of mathematicians, and Dee was right next to Bucky. I'm like, you're kidding me. I don't know if there's something to that at all.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, in June.
So you've been following. Sorry.
My birthday is December 22nd, the solstice. So that's why I'm interested in this stuff.
You've been following the movements of the sun with your.
He says his birthday. Let's listen closely.
So you've been following. Sorry.
My birthday is December 22nd, the solstice. So that's why I'm interested in this stuff.
You've been following
Solstice
the movements of the sun with your the thing on the floor.
Yep.
For a while
cameras.
here.
Yeah.
So you do it every day.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's like a giant clock for me. I mean, it doesn't work when it's cloudy, but I had one in my photography studio. I've had a camera obscura in my studio or office for the last 20 or 30 years. Yeah, not just to see the images, what goes on outside, but also to show people and to follow the pattern of the movements of the sun, the moon, and the stars. Yeah, and there's another very special aspect of the camera obscura solar disc calendar room. It's called the analemma, and if you look on the back of a globe from the 1950s or 60s, that figure 8 that you see in the back, it's called the equation of time. Well, it's the difference between where the sun is every day, where at its highest zenith, versus where the sun is at exactly noon if you look at your clock. So if you every day you draw a picture on the ground where the sun is at 12 noon every day, where at your clock time, you'll see that it over the year will make this figure 8 shape. And so that's another aspect of astronomy that Dee was into.
I've heard of that before. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So now, have you? I assume, but tell me
Accidentally
if
muted
this
you
assumption is
there.
incorrect. Has it been?
Did you hear where he says his birthday is December 22nd on the solstice?
Yeah, absolutely. I didn't. I thought that I was not muted, so I was talking to you about it for half a minute.
Oh, this is the fun of it. It's even more fun to be a listener and to hear all the voices.
It is. It's kind of fun.
So we're rewatching episode 42 of RX Only Picture Show with James Allen Egan and Tracy Twyman and Sean S.B. Elger. And what do you like to say your name is?
Oh, this
Mr.
is
Jim, past Jim, present Jim.
This is Jim. Timeless Jim. I could be future Jim. I could be past Jim.
We are 75% through this video. We are at 2 hours, 24 minutes, 23 seconds, which means we will continue playing all the way through. And there's some occult fan in chat referencing the number 22.
That's his birthday. He mentions occult fan does in this episode.
Yeah, this is quite interesting.
This is a big one.
The sound is great, so we will continue playing it.
As predicted. So Now, have you? I assume, but tell me if this assumption is incorrect. Has it been as predicted this entire time? In other words, have there been any deviations to your observation
Oh, you mean the alignments in the tower?
in this what you're seeing about the sun and the moon?
Oh, the sun and the moon? No, they're regular. These are patterns that the 18.6-year cycle was known to the Greeks, and D certainly would have known about it. And the pattern of the sun, that's so regular every year. At exactly 9 o'clock, the light shines through and illuminates the egg rock that I showed you in there. No, nothing's changed. Nothing's
Okay.
changed.
Well, I asked just because I've often wondered how many people are actually, tracking
checking
these
on
things
things.
and making sure that everything's on the up and up, with the sun.
I'm checking on things. No,
All right,
we
good.
do go through this cycle of 29,000-year cycle where we go through different signs of the zodiac. We just went from Pisces and we're heading into the age of Aquarius. Nobody knows exactly where it's going to start, but that's what they were celebrating in the 1960s in San Francisco, the dawning of the age of Aquarius. And this is an age that will bring in all sorts of new information. And this, you and me, we're just the beginning of it. So, yeah, it's going to be just a wonderful times ahead. I'm an optimist. I'm not, and so and we're leaving the age of Pisces. It's a very transitional thing, and I think Dee knew this too because these periods last every 2,000 years, and the last change was when Jesus came. Before that, it was Taurus, the age of Taurus, and now we're going at the age of we went into the age of Pisces. That's why they call Jesus the fish. And now we're working our way out into the age of Aquarius. They don't know exactly when it's going to start, but I think it just started tonight.
Here.
Whoa.
We did get a question
3 years
earlier
ago on
in
Ash
the chat,
Wednesday.
Jim asking what you thought. Well, the question specifically was what you thought these
Absolutely.
technologies mean,
You
and
caught
maybe
it.
what they mean in relation to something like spirituality or God. And I think that when he mentioned technologies, he was, a cult fan was the one who asked in the chat, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think what he means is you're kind of discovering, we would call sigil magic and the use of symbols, we would probably consider that just as a technology. And so I think that was the question. He was wondering how you think what does it mean to discover these things, and maybe how might it relate to people's spirituality?
Wow, that's a good question. I mean, people know that there's power in symbols. That's what corporate logos are all about.
Yep.
And branding and all of this stuff. And
Good work,
he
Nathan
saw
Lee.
that too. His Mona symbol. He saw that as a very powerful
question.
thing, and that's why he said it had to be specifically the proportions that he said. So, how you harness that power, or how you even can calculate it, it's something that I think only a human mind can really assess. But we'll find more of that stuff as time goes on, and. We still have these symbols today, the peace symbol and the stop sign and all of these symbols, the whole idea of symbology. But that's what Dee was into, and the whole all the alchemical symbols for all of the planets and such. There's a very famous book by Henry Cornelius Agrippa called the 3 books on the occult, and that came out when Dee was maybe 20 or 30 years old, and he owned a copy of it, and it's a really thick book, but it explains the ancient symbolisms and the history of symbols and alphabet letters and all of this coding stuff. It's very powerful stuff, and I think people will see that there's more to it in the future than meets the eye. Nowadays we don't really see it.
Right. And so I'm getting one more question here in a
Get a
similar
grip,
vein. Someone asks what you think of Jason Louve's John Dee scholarship. Now I don't know for sure that you're familiar with that, but Oswald Spengler in the chat is curious what you think of Louvre's scholarship. So it looks like he's probably got the book right there, folks. Here he goes, ducking off the screen again. So there you go. All right.
Yeah, Jason, this book just came out, Jason Loeb, and it's called John Dee and the Empire of the Angels, Enochian Magic and the Occult Roots of the Modern World. And he says a lot of the same things that I'm saying about how John Dee was responsible for the founding of America and the reason why we speak English today. And it was through his efforts that he was the spark of the whole thing. Now, Loeb, he's a little more on the magical side than I am, you know, and I expect someday that he'll show up at the tower and be interested in all of my stuff, and the whole thing will sort of merge. But
yeah, message him. Everybody in the chat, message him. Message this guy and tell him he needs to get down here and see Jim Egan. That, you know, we can blast him with some emails and maybe tag him on Twitter or something and let him know that he's missing a chunk.
Yeah, that's a very important. Integrates with what I do. He gets more into the magical stuff. As I mentioned, there's kind of when you read the books on John Dee, and there's one called The Queen's Conjurer by Woolley, W-O-L-E-Y. That's the best basic biography of John Dee. And they'll all tell you that this is a pre-1583 John Dee, and then the after 1583 John Dee. And so, Jason deals a lot more with the after 1583 John Dee, and I deal a little bit more with the before. But it's the same guy, and he's the same, person. He did go through kind of some big transformations when Edward Kelly came into his life, but it's the same guy, and it's sort of the same story, and he's got missing pieces of the puzzles that I'm missing, and so it's a great thing. I don't know when we cut out before, but I spoke a little bit about Kelly. Did you hear that part?
Yeah, but I mean, you're welcome to go back over it. I mean, we've still got plenty of time, and so if you're
well, no, just the part about, because I don't know what time I cut out, because all of a sudden I was talking and it was black. But did I explain about his diary, John Dee's diary, and the 4 feet underneath the ground?
No, I don't think so. Please go ahead.
Oh, wow. Cut out again.
Oh, no. Did we lose him?
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. Good.
So just very briefly, just before John Dee left for Europe for 8 years, Kelly comes knocking on his door, and he says, I know how to read a crystal ball, and I can talk to the angels for you. So Dee hires them, and they hold seances as they go across Europe. Well, Dee says, I never saw any of the angels. Dee only says he saw the angels once, and that was by the west window. But anyway,
angels in the west window.
And Kelly, through Kelly, they talked to Ariel and Uriel and Raphael. And Dee says, I never saw anybody, but I believe Kelly. And he wrote down everything that happened in his diary. And here, Edward Kelly, now he taketh the white garment and putteth it on. And words and all of this Enochian language and all of these alphabets and letters and all of this huge diary. Well, when Dee died in 1609, he buried his diary in a wooden box 4 feet underneath the ground. Well, an antiquarian bought his house in 50 years later, and dug up the book, and they published it. What happened? A true and faithful relation. What happened for many years between John Dee and some spirits in 1659. But now we didn't talk to spirits anymore. We were in the scientific revolution. We were Puritans. This was all considered craziness, and they're making fun of John Dee. They're not saying this is good stuff. They're saying, look what this crazy guy was all about. And so John Dee has ever since been thought of as the magician, and all of his statesmanship, all of his mathematics, all of his geometry, thrown out the window. You know that when we use the colon today for proportions in mathematics, John Dee was the first guy to use the colons, the two dots for proportions.
Yeah, wow.
And he was just brilliant, and he was the foremost geometer, the navigational guide to all Elizabethan explorers, and he invented these tools, and he wrote books on astronomy. He wrote 40 books, the textbooks, and so he was just sort of brilliant. But because he talked to the angels, nobody wants to study them anymore. So
Yeah, that's all changing again, though. You're seeing maybe people who only follow mainstream stuff aren't seeing it, but if you're a person who really trolls around on the internet and reads a lot of different subjects, and you're seeing a huge resurgence in like a renaissance reawakening of magical thinking, magical practice. You're seeing Gnostics and pagans and people practicing John Dee's Enochian magic and other types of magic. So I think that ties into the whole Age of Aquarius thing, you know, that there's something, the water's being poured back out onto the earth. Something's happening. We're having I think you're right. We're right at the very beginning of waking up to not thinking of the world as only being material and quantifiable. That we can no longer dismiss things just because we can't quantify them. There's lots of things that I'd say the things that we enjoy the most in life aren't quantifiable. Love isn't something quantifiable. Friendship isn't quantifiable. Lots of things don't fall into the category of being counted or measured, and we're seeing people coming back to that right now in the world, and I look forward to it.
No, I totally agree. Yeah, and I think the internet is partially responsible for it, because people are now communicating and cross-fertilizing and such. So, yeah, it's exciting times. It's exciting. We're just at the very birth of it. You know, they'll laugh at what we call the internet now in another 50 years, and it's just going to be, it's, you know, there's a lot coming. So we're laying foundations. And someday, 50 years from now, they'll find the tape of this tonight, and they'll say, hey, look what those guys were doing.
Exactly. That's the plan, right? Like, hey, we're out here and we're trying to let people know. And I want to make sure that you know that you are certainly welcome to come back and be a guest here anytime. I'm going to definitely keep your email handy and or your cell phone, and I might send you things now and then. But I want to encourage you to go back to one of our past shows. It's called, I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but the episode is called The Walmart of Esoteric Cosmology. And so that's a gentleman that he's given us a slideshow and like an overview of all of the most basic occult subjects. And the reason that we know about him is because Tracy found him somehow, and he had documented, he translated a document called The Secret. Tell us the name of that document, Tracy, please.
It was Secret Statutes of the Templars.
Right, and he's also very good with the Latin, so I think you would enjoy that episode in general, but I also think that you and Harrison is his name. Probably there's a chance you guys could get along because you're both experts at dead languages. So.
Oh, good. Oh, thanks. I will check that out for sure. Yeah. No, I'm learning new things every day, and
we're learning so many things.
So.
Okay.
What was the name of the guy who did the Walmart of Esoteric Cosmology?
And it looks like so.
Oh, good. Oh, thanks. I will check that out for sure.
Because that you so I think you would enjoy that episode called The Secret. Tell us the name of that document, Tracy, please.
It was Secret Statutes of the Templars.
Right, and he's also very good with the Latin, so I think you would enjoy that episode in general. But I also think that.
Did I miss his name again? I gotta go back further.
Him somehow, and he had gentlemen that were I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but keep your email handy and or your cell phone, and I might send you things now and then. But I want to encourage you to go back to one of our past shows. It's called I don't remember the number off the top of my head, but the episode is called The Walmart of Esoteric Cosmology. And so that's a gentleman that he's given us a slideshow and like an overview of all of the most basic occult subjects. And the reason that we know about him is because Tracy found him somehow, and he had documented, he translated a document called The Secret. Tell us the name of that document, Tracy.
Oh,
please.
Harrison.
It was Secret Statutes of the Templars.
Right, and he's also very good with the Latin, so I think you would enjoy that episode in general, but I also think
That's
that
a great
you and
episode.
Harrison is his name. Probably there's a chance you guys could get along because you're both
Harrison is awesome.
experts at dead languages.
We'll need to
So-
contact Harrison for an
good.
update.
Oh, thanks. I will check that out for sure. Yeah.
I think
I'm learning new things every day
I think Sean thinks
and
that's-
seeing new connections. So.
And it looks like it was episode 39 was the
Episode
number
39.
for that. And it,
I
RX
will
only,
check it out.
So
yeah,
yeah.
I'll check it out. Yeah.
Jim, next
39.
time you come on, I'm going to dress up as Lady Occasion, okay? So
Oh, dude, I'd love to see that
Deal.
costume.
I
You have to dress up as John D.
Yeah, planning for a costume show that is in the books. We will get together either
Lady
in
Sevilla?
email or text, and
Up
we can
in
all make a
Sevilla?
plan for costuming up
bet-
for a show.
I
I,
bet
love this idea.
The Jim Egan has a
Nice.
Hey,
Take it up to me.
tell us about her forelock, because that's what I noticed about her,
35
and you
minutes left
mentioned
of the
it
stream.
in one of the things you wrote. You said that she's got this piece of hair that's kind of hanging down there, and you're supposed to grab it and do something with it, right?
Hair hanging
Yeah,
down
if you grab a
there.
lock of her hair, then that's where the good fortune comes in. That you'll see that she's got the lock of hair hanging out here, and the queen is reaching out for the crown of victory. She's holding this crown. I don't know if you can see it there. It's like a Roman crown, and so Dee is saying, seize the opportunity. All this good stuff will happen. And so, yeah, that's a very old metaphor, but of all things, she's standing, as they said, on the tetrahedron. These are all clues. Oh, by the way, Verrazano, when he came here in 1525, he said that triangular island out on the in the bay, what he calls it a triangular island. He says it's about the size of the Isle of Rhodes.
Wow.
And that's where we get the name Rhode Island. Dee picked up on it. And he says, oh, Rhode, that means
Wow.
Rose, which is the Tudor Rose, but it also means the island of Rhodes. Well, I went to Rhodes, and sure enough, it looks exactly like, not exactly like that island, but has the same cliffs on the front. When you sail around it, it looks like this lonely island. He named it after the queen. He called it Claudia. But when you go to Rome, when you go to
So there's that group that made videos for Saturday Night Live. They called themselves the Lonely Island.
Oh yeah, I like some of their music. Like,
Yeah.
my dad's not a cell phone.
Dick
Shoot
in a
on the
box.
ground. Yeah, that one's hilarious.
Chronic What Coals of Narnia. It's the Chronic What Coals of Narnia.
Yeah.
Back in the days when humor was allowed.
Yeah.
to this beautiful city of Rhodes, on the island of Rhodes. That's exactly what the towers look like, the
gotta get
entrance
back
towers
on the
to
roads.
the city. It's a huge ancient
Oh,
Templar
it's nice taking a
city where
break,
they built
Tom.
these huge balustrades on. So that is another clue that's in this thing about Rhodes. Dee was just so thorough. There's like 20 clues in there. Anyway, so
Yeah, that was my father. My father's deceased, but that was his last name was Rhodes.
well, Rose. There you go. Well, that means rose. Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. So that's interesting. Was he a Rhodes Scholar? You must be the Rhodes Scholar.
Didn't you say he was related to Cecil?
That's my curiosity, and I'm actually I'm getting ready to mail some material to my relative who's the most obsessed with genealogy, and I
do
mean
it.
she is obsessed it's in a good way. It's healthy, but she's the kind of person that you'd end up having to pay
Genealogy.
$250 an hour to help you. But I'm gonna send her some material. When I went to Scotland, I actually went and did some genealogical research at the Scottish Genealogy Society, and it's probably been 3 years now, and I haven't mailed her the stuff that I brought back. I'm sure if I was in her face, she'd probably give me a kiss on the cheek and a slap on the other one for waiting so long to get her the stuff. But when I do,
I'd be curious to know if the family name comes from the island.
yeah, me too. So I'm gonna give her some extra incentive, let's say, in the package to maybe go ahead and dig in deeper. I might even go do one of the DNA tests, but I really don't like those things because I don't like the information that they're putting out about them not really being respectful of the DNA. But I might just say screw it and do it anyway. But
Do you think they're accurate?
I don't. I think they are, but I think that there's there's for some reason there's politics involved there. I've seen more than one article of them claiming that they've intentionally fudged some numbers, that they're sharing data, even though people have agreed that they don't
Number
want it
fudges.
shared. So if you look up kind of a controversial tinge on the, if you're searching for it, if you look for controversial subjects about the DNA companies, there's definitely some bad press, and so it makes me tentative, but I might still just do it anyway, just to, because I know a bunch of our family members have done it. They're all on Ancestry.com, and I didn't really know my father's side of the family very well, so maybe it's time to finally start taking a closer look and see where the rose unfolds.
Yeah, see where it happens. All it takes is a C note and some spit.
That's true.
Wow, it's true.
So yeah, I wanted to also point out that people in the Discord server had recommended that it was Krista, I think, she's usually in the chat. She's not here tonight, but she's the one that recommended that maybe we crowdfund a trip. And it might take us 6 months or a year, but if people are interested to see us take a cross-the-country road trip to go meet Jim Egan and see the tower in real life and to digress this whole thing into an even bigger ball of wax, I'm certainly willing. I don't know if Jim and Tracy could make the time and the effort to do it, but I think it would be great. I think it would be a wonderful adventure and a journey to plan farther in the future to get over there and check. I want to put my hands on the rocks. So do you think if we go at night we can jump that little black fence and walk around in there without too much trouble, Jim?
Well, I know the guy with the key. I mean, it's owned by the city, and so you'd have to get permission. But we could maybe get some permission for you if you wanted to go inside and see it.
Yeah.
But you can pretty much see everything from outside. I rarely go with it myself, but I've measured it before and had permission to do it. They're very nice about it. They have last year they had a wedding there inside, and so we get permission on it. And when America on Earth came, they got permission and they were able to go in there. It's beautiful from inside. You really get a feel for it. But yeah.
Oh, one more thing.
Tour.
The tower. Have you ever had someone compare the effects of the sun on the pyramid of Chichen Itza in Mexico to because it's the same days on the equinox in Mexico, or the solstice, pardon me. The sun hits the pyramid of Chichen Itza just right that it makes the shadow illusion of a snake coming down the side of the pyramid, and they have their god is like a combination snake, jaguar, bird. I think it's a bird, snake, jaguar is the Mayan god. And if you've never contrasted those two things, Jim, you should definitely take a look, because it's the same date for at least some of the astrological phenomenon. So.
No, it's a good point. I like to tell people that all cultures have been interested in archaeoastronomy. In the cathedrals in Europe, you'll see astronomical alignments. The Arabs were into it. The Native American Indians, and like you say, Mexico, the Aztecs, all of these guys, except one. Stupidos Americanos. Why? We got cell phones, we got watches. What the hell do we need that for? What a stupid thing. That's crazy.
Yeah, I was gonna say that it seems to me like you might be the local Jesus character there in your town, because a prophet can't be heard in I know it's not your hometown, but that's where you live. And so that nobody from Rhode Island or the New England really cares. It's all of us other weirdos out here in the world that are fascinated by esoteric stuff. But hopefully that'll change and people will start showing up.
Yeah, no, you got to be on the wavelength. And the other thing is that the tower is hidden in plain sight. It's right in the middle of this city, so everyone's like, "Well, shit! If it was that important, other people would have figured it out by now." I mean, if it was out in the middle of the forest someplace and archaeologists looked at it, that's one thing. But here it's in the middle of the city, and they're like, well, we must know. It's been there the whole time.
Right.
But nobody knows. Nobody studies it. How do I know that? I've been here for the last 8 years. I've been begging people just to come down. I've been to the local universities, the historical societies, all these, invited them all down. The state architect, archaeologists. I'm like, They just, everybody's got a different reason they're not interested. So, to find,
Maybe we'll have to
great
do a
people like
solstice
you,
trip to the
you are a shining
tower.
light. That's why I stay up to 12:30 at night. It's 12:30 at night here,
12:30 at
We
night.
appreciate it. We really
That's
appreciate it.
So you said people show up on these special dates to watch the astrological alignments?
Yeah,
If there's
astronomical
actually a
alignments. Yeah, on the solstice particularly, people show up. The solstice means sun stands still, solstice, and so the sun stays in that position for several days. So you can observe it about a week before and a week after. And so what you really want to do is watch the weather, and you want to come here on a day that it's sunny morning. Because if you come here at 7 o'clock in the morning and there's clouds on the eastern horizon, or it's a cloudy sky, you ain't gonna see nothing. But sometimes, but people always show on the solstice because they got it marked on the calendar and like, oh, this is the day. So
It's
fortunately,
nice and warm.
last solstice it was sunny and it worked out fine. And but there are also we get a lot of Masons that come because the local Masons people, and I've told them they're more on the Templar side than they are on my side, but they'll listen to me and such. And so and Scotty Walter, he shows up every year. And there's another guy by the name of Dave Brody, who's a friend of mine, who writes fiction books about the tower and includes these astronomical alignments. And so they all show up, and we have a great time. We're all friends because we have this common interest in the tower, and so even though we all have different points of view, and they'll come and they'll make fun of me, and I'll make fun of them, and then we just have a good time. We'll go out to breakfast together. But there's also alignments that happen on the equinox. Not as many people come. And that other lunar alignment, 18.6 years. And there's also a North Star alignment that actually does not work anymore because of the precession of the equinox that you had talked about. That doesn't. But that aligns with the North Star. So, and we've discovered a couple of new alignments as well. And there are a couple of researchers that are studying it. There's one guy that hires me to go out and do time-lapse photography of the tower at different times, and because he's studying the movement of the sun through various windows as well. So, but Penhallow did most of the work on it, and he was such a brilliant astronomer. He taught astronomy and physics at the University of Rhode Island for 30 years. He studied at Brown under Otto Nussbauer, who discovered Babylonian astronomy. The guy is just brilliant. But nobody sort of listens to him either because he's kind of like in his own kind of, he's above everybody. I can't even understand everything that he understood. But he did, write this incredible article. And
How are we doing, Jim?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
We are at 88%. I think that's when we go back to the future.
So did you add the timer?
Yeah, it's in my MPV player, so I can display
That's
that,
Brilliant move.
so I know
It's
when
now-
we've paused
Yeah.
it.
And it's a visual timer for.
Yeah, then there's the other one on the bottom too. You can see that there's 23 minutes left, 40 seconds.
Cool.
All right, I got
Yeah,
a text from you. Is there something I need to look at there?
Oh no, I was just archiving the link.
Okay. I haven't been to that URL in a while, so we'll continue playing the video. We're at 88%. There's 23 minutes left. I don't know how much longer James Allen Egan speaks, but we'll find out. Here we go.
And by looking at the article, I said, well, let's see if this works. I'm a photographer. If this works, I should be able to take pictures of it. And damn, everything he said was right. So that just blew me away. That's why I got so excited about it. Sold my photography business, sold my studio, sold my house, and moved down to Newport and started this museum.
Yeah,
Crazy.
that's what a leap of faith you took, Jim, to do that. That shows dedication above. I mean, that's, to me, that's a righteous zealotry. Usually the word zealot is it comes with a negative tinge because of the reputation of religions. But I'd say what you're doing is a righteous zealotry, to actually be so dedicated that you follow, to the ends of the earth. Like, yep, I'm doing this, and so I think that's.
Well, it's an important
just
story,
great.
and it's my dharma. I don't know if you know what dharma means, but
Yeah.
that's the deal. So, but it didn't come to me. But it's sort of an accumulation of my life's work, what I've been interested in, and it's just a very special story. Someday you'll get it. That's why I'm so grateful to people like you that will listen to me for 2.5 hours blab about all of this stuff, because most people think from the get-go that there's a little craziness, that there's astronomical alignments in a building in the middle of Newport. What, are you kidding me? So anyway, I get a lot of cynicism.
Yeah, to me, that's a dead giveaway that it's not a windmill.
Yeah, hello. Yeah.
I mean, that and the windows. I saw in your other video you pointed that out, and I thought that was kind of funny. Like, so this windmill is it's built out of stone, which is like, that's just crazy. B, it's full of windows, and
that's
C,
a fireplace.
Yeah, it's got a fireplace in it, and don't forget that if you come at the equinox and other high points on the calendar, then everything lines up just perfect, just like a pyramid, just like so many other phenomenon that are tied to megaliths and other ancient structures. So, yeah, it's funny to me how people don't want to accept change, and so they say silly things like, "Oh, we think it was a windmill," or "Oh, we're happy with the mystery." Come on. That solving this mystery that you're doing, Jim, is 10 million times more exciting and interesting, and opens up that many more leads for people. If they really love mysteries and they weren't just talking shit, then they would follow your work, because this is all mysteries. It's one onion skin underneath another, all turtles all the way down.
You get it? Yeah, turtles all the way down. Yeah.
Did you explain the fire in the fireplace thing?
Oh no, yeah, let's do that. If you got a little bit more gumption in you, that part I remember. That's interesting. The fire in the fireplace.
The fire water stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, the fiery water thing.
Yeah, the elemental part
of
of
my
it.
book.
I remember you
I like
mentioning
these
it
riddles.
in one of your books and in your video, one of your videos. That the sun makes it look like there's fire in there.
On the equinox, at the setting sun, the sun sets almost, coming through the west window, sets almost in the middle of the fireplace. But it doesn't. In other words, I photographed it, and you'll see there's this box of light coming through the west window, works its way up. It's a square box, and about a half hour before sunset, it's directly underneath the fireplace. Well, the houses that have been built block it, so you don't really get the full sunset, but it would end up on the right-hand side. And Professor Penhollow and I, we couldn't figure out why they didn't put it in the middle of the fireplace. Well, I couldn't build a camera obscura in the tower because the tower is it doesn't have a roof or a floor, and you need a perfectly dark room. So my photography assistant and I went down to this firehouse, which is just down the street, and it had a view out one of the windows that the tower once had, the west window. And we set up a 9-foot seamless paper, and there is the image, the camera obscura image of what's happening. The image is coming through this hole, overlooking the bay. So here's the water right here. This is America's Cup Avenue, Mill Street. There's the sky, and there's the bridge, the Newport Bridge, and here is the sun. So everything's upside down. In other words, it makes more sense. It looks like a regular scene this way. You seen that okay?
Uh-huh. It's a little bit of a reflection, but it's working.
Oh, right. You get the idea. Well,
I'm thinking I want to build.
This is the image of the sun here, but this is called fiery water. I call it fiery water. It's the reflection of the light off the water in the late afternoon.
We lost you there, Jim. Hold on. There we go. All right. Now you're back.
I'm low battery, but it's the light on the water in the late afternoon. And a very famous physicist by the name of Robert Boyle, he writes about it. In a dark room, I use a convex lens to project the image of a river shined on by the sun. It looks like millions of shiny fish scales. And so in my photography studio, I set up a camera obscura, and I followed where the sun was. Every day, I would mark off with a circle around the sun with a pencil, and every minute I would draw a circle, so I had the path that it took. This is just before sunset in my photography studio. And then it moved. The next day it was over here, and it would move every day. So I had a camera obscura in the summer. It would set here, and in the spring and fall and the equinoxes it would set here, and here it would set in the winter. So I made a camera obscura solar disk at sunset calendar room in my photography studio, and then I transferred that data into the interior of the tower and found out exactly as we said, on the equinox, the middle of the year, the sun sets on the right-hand side of the fireplace. That's if the west window was all blocked up, you'd see just the solar disk, the image of the sun, which is about a 2 1/8 inch diameter disk. Well, I pieced all of this stuff together, and here's what I found out. On that day, the equinox, the setting sun would set right up here, but a half an hour before, the image of the sun would be right underneath the fireplace. Well, that means that the fiery water display would be right in the fireplace. And so on that day, not only you'd have the solar disk underneath the fireplace and the sun, fiery water, you could also start a fire. And this happens on the 1st of Aries. And you know what kind of sign Aries is? It's the first of the fire sign.
Yeah.
And you know what's just before it? Pisces.
Right.
And you know what sign Pisces is?
It's water.
A water sign. When you go from water to fire, you get fiery water in the fireplace. Who the hell would have been so brilliant to do something like that? Well, John D. would. So it's a very important thing. You see, the 1st of Aries is March 21st. Yeah, the ancients felt that the earth was created on March 21st, the beginning of spring, when things started new every year. So it's a very important, and in his monad symbol, of course, the bottom part of it is the Aries symbol. Aries has the one zodiac, because it's the first of the 12 zodiacal signs. And so, and in one of his books that I talked about earlier, he even writes about it. He says, in this Propadumata Aphoristica, he says, observe and contemplate the wonders of the many fracturings of the heavenly rays in the air, clouds, and water, and you'll be impelled to praise the infinite wisdom and goodness of God. Well, the heavenly rays on the water, there's a guy talking about fiery water right there. And there it is in his symbol. So there are all of these things that kind of fit together. And that's just another one of the incredible alignments that I came up with. I'm glad you mentioned that, because not many people, it's kind of an extensive thing. But
no, thank you, Tracy. Yeah, because that was, and that you said that happens on the equinox.
Yeah, both the fall and the spring equinox.
Yeah.
The spring equinox, the sun will set on the right-hand side. And so, but you can't duplicate it today, because the houses that are built around the park, they block the actual sunset. You can only see about a half an hour before. But I pieced it all together and how this all worked,
right,
and all the purpose of it. And then I asked Professor Penhallow, and he, he saw that the whole thing worked that way. So, and then the connecting thread in this, if you got another minute.
Yeah, go ahead.
Is that the first governor of Rhode Island, he knew about all of this. He knew all of these alignments. He knew the whole thing. And how do I know that? Well, and I found in this old book that his chair that he got when he was governor of Rhode Island still existed. And it's over at the Redwood Library, this beautiful library around the corner, one of the oldest libraries in America. And when they fixed it, it was missing the back and the top, but it had these side pieces, and they put this top piece on as a flat piece. Well, I said to them, I said, that's not a very good repair job. This should have been a wainscot chair, much fancier. This is the style of chair. You can tell from the bottom that this was a wainscot chair. And so, you know what I did? I built my own. So this is my replica of the first governor's chair of Rhode Island. I don't know if you can see the whole thing here, but it's made out of wood. I cannibalized a couple other chairs, and this is my design. But on the design are these 3 circles: 1, 2, 3, and then a line. And you can see that they were made with a geometer's compass, because you can see the pinhole in it. Well, here is the original. This is a 1-to-1 photograph of the original on the chair that's in the Redwood Library. And so I studied this design geometrically and in Illustrator, Photoshop that I worked in. And I found out that the center of the circles make a 30, 60, 90 triangle, which is 1, 2, square root of 3. But I also saw that this line and this line and this line make a B shape. And this line and this line make an A shape. Benedict Arnold, he hid his initials in the shape itself. So I knew it was his shape, and who else would carve into the governor's chair this incredible design? But the third thing I realized was that the diameter of each one of these circles is 2 1/8 inches in diameter. Well, in a camera obscura, the size of the solar disk, the image of the sun, varies depending on the distance between the hole in the window and the floor. Now, in my camera obscura here, it's about 1.5 inches or so in diameter, the image of the sun. But in these cathedrals in Europe, it's about 1.5 feet, and this solar disk will move across the floor very slowly. Well, in a camera obscura, that's exactly 18.5 feet in diameter, which is the diameter of the interior of the tower. The image of the sun, the solar disk, is exactly 2 1/8 inches in diameter, the exact same size that's on there, and it's on there. And so how did I know all of this? Well, in my photography studio, I set up the exact same size, and I drew about 1,000 of these 2 1/8 inches diameter circles over the course of several years. And so once I saw that he had the same size circle, I'm like, this guy knew. This guy knew what was going on in there. But he was a merchant, and he was a colonial governor. He was governor for 8 terms. Look, Benedict Arnold for 8 terms. But he wasn't smart. Then, as I was studying all this, I came across the John D. Bay and River, and I'm like, John D. Now there's a guy that would have figured out this astronomy. This is too sophisticated for a colonial settler. And even though D lived before this guy, D lived in the cultural milieu of the European Renaissance.
This nerd knows something.
Grow up. This guy came over here to America when he was 19 years old. He would have had no way to understand all of this astronomy and such. So,
right.
Yeah, you need a lens to build one.
Say that again.
You need a lens to build one.
No, you don't need a lens to build one.
Your audio's a little quiet there as well.
Say that again. Am I quiet?
Yeah, it's difficult to hear you.
Sure where my microphone is, but
It's all right.
yeah, I think you don't need a lens in it. Just the hole in it,
Mm-hmm.
a certain size, it lenses the light. By which I mean it gives it perspective to flip. But you might be able to use another concave lens or something and flip the image all the way around. So if you built one camera obscura that was the size of a public room,
Yeah, it'd be fun to build one. How much more driving you got to do? I really can't hear you at all. We've got
I have about an hour and a half.
okay, we got 10 minutes left on this.
he was a clue to leading me to this guy John D. And I want to show you one other thing that kind of culminates all of this stuff. If I can find this. You see, Sir Humphrey Gilbert. He when he got his letters patent in 1578. Can't find the illustration right now. Well, I'll just tell you about it. He got the letters patent on the summer solstice of that year, exactly on the date of the summer solstice. And he left England on his ships on the summer solstice on the same day, the summer solstice, 5 years later. So these guys did things in accordance to the sun. Well, this guy, Benedict Arnold, when he died, and he wrote his will on December 21st, which was his birthday, but he wrote a codicil to the will. And you know what a codicil is? It's like an amendment, sort of an additional thing.
Right.
Well, the date that he wrote the codicil to the will is the summer solstice of 1678. 100 years to the day exactly after Sir Humphrey Gilbert received his letters patent. So he knew about the whole thing, and the last thing he did was to leave me a clue, which you can still read on his will, which is up at the John Carter Brown Library. 100 years to the day. It's unbelievable.
That is crazy.
That he did that. Yeah, it's crazy. I can't find the graphic on it right now, but oh, here it is here. Yeah. And so it took some figuring out to do because they were still using the Gregorian, the Julian calendar back then because they didn't adopt these codes. So he wrote his will on June 10th, 1678, and Sir Humphrey Gilbert received his letters patent on June 11th, 1578. Now, you might say, when I first saw it, I'm like, oh, shit, they were off by a day.
Oh,
well,
shit.
Over the course of that century, the Julian calendar was out of sync from the sun by one additional day. They both did it exactly on the summer solstice. Unbelievable. Ken Howard confirmed. And so that to
Illuminati
me, like,
confirmed.
that's pretty good evidence right there. But it's sort of the tail end of the story. It's like, I can't tell you that until after 3 hours of you listening to me rant and rave.
Yeah, it's worth it to get there, though. It's worth
But
it.
that's a great culminating clue to me, and then also the one that I showed you about the necklace and the chain and all of this stuff sort of fits together and into one giant puzzle. But unless you walk through the door and listen to it, you'll never get. It's all invisible.
Right. That's the game that we're in here at RX Only Picture Show is taking all of the disparate clues and just kind of being open-minded, tying a lot of really seemingly unrelated things together, being willing for synchronization and happenstance to play a part, and then go back and review your data and kind of pore over it and maybe send a lot of text messages and emails. And then you end up with these aha moments and you end up on the trail of things. And that's what we love to do. Tracy's one of the best people I've ever seen do it. If you don't follow and read Tracy's work, I highly recommend her stuff. It's very similar to what you're doing. I would say that Tracy probably is the only person I know that's come completely close, if not succeeded, in solving the mystery of the Holy Grail. You know, that's...
Well, there you go. I'll come to Washington to see that.
Yeah, that's nice of you to say, Sean. Yeah, I think Jim's really on another level here, beyond some of the stuff I'm doing. But I wanted to ask you, Jim, one more thing about just what you were just saying. Didn't you have one of your books where you were saying that a lot of the expeditions, the English-led expeditions and trips to the New World, the date on which those ships departed was chosen to tie in with this the solstice date that you're talking about? Maybe I hope I didn't get you mixed up with someone else, but I thought I remembered you saying that in one of your videos. Hello?
Oh no. Oh, he's still there. Oh, but it's frozen. The screen's frozen. We may have lost him. Because I know he keeps charging up his phone and then bouncing back to us. So, oh man, what a cliffhanger.
That is a cliffhanger.
Well, yeah, I wish I had been able to encapsulate it a little bit better than I can barely remember. I think I was actually nodding off when I remember hearing this thing in one of his videos. Because he's got many hours of videos, and you can see how densely packed the material is in this interview. That's what all of his stuff is like, you know. And so the video I was watching the other night where he mentioned this, you know, I think I was watching it at like 2 a.m, and that's one of the last details I remember hearing before I fell asleep was that all the dates of English expeditions to the New World were very specifically chosen, and I think that that's one of the main themes of one of his books, or maybe an essay that he wrote. I'm not sure.
So, are you finding all this information on his YouTube channel?
He's got a Vimeo channel that's very.
Oh, okay.
A mayonnaise
He's
channel?
got a lot of stuff there. And then actually, if you go to NewportTowerMuseum.com, I know that a lot of his material is linked from there. And I think he even has some PDFs of some of these books you could just read if you wanted to.
I'm going to throw that in the description to NewportTowerMuseum.com.
Yes.
Because I've got his personal website up in the description, folks. I've got the link to his Amazon, and of course, all of our other links are there. The Discord's down there if you want to find it. You can join Plus Ultra and support Tracy's work. You can toss a few bucks towards me and Jim in the Patreon if you want. But I'm gonna make sure that Newport Tower Museum link is up there. I saw Jim disappeared here, so maybe he'll pop back up. Maybe he'll remember that I did finally send him the email.
I think I think he's got another website, and I assume that's like for his photography stuff.
Yeah, and that's the one I linked. But so here, this is better. Thank you for saying that, because I didn't. It seemed funny to me that he was so on point with this, but then I found his website, and it's just like a old-fashioned personal page. So this is, folks, look in the description if you're watching this after the fact, or if you want to go right now. NewportTowerMuseum.com, and I'm going to drop it in there right now. So.
And from my recollection, there's a button on there that says resources, and I think that puts you right in.
Awesome. That's where we can find the
videos and PDFs.
Yeah, because that's great. I really I'm going to make it on my bucket list. I don't put a lot of things on my bucket list.
What's she talking about?
They're looking for his website because his phone probably died.
Oh, they're looking for Jim Egan's website?
Yeah, we're trying to identify Jim Egan's website. So I might have misidentified it as well. There might be people who have made websites with the name, James Allen Vegan or something. Maybe it's not a mayonnaise Vimaya mayonnaise situation. Wow. Good stuff.
This is fun. I haven't. Every time I go back and watch one, RxOnlyPictureshow, it's so much fun. Like, at first I don't think they're going to be fun. I'm like, oh, I remember that show. But there's so much that it's the first time.
Absolutely. And then you have more knowledge. You have a better understanding of what's going on with new layers of the details.
Yeah, and then, since I'm not quite at my destination, I would love to watch another episode of that. I'm pretty sure that we should just cut them.
Yeah, I think we can wrap this stream up here. For another rewatch.
We'll have to watch that next episode the next time. What one was it? The Harrison.
Yeah, RX only 39.
That's the next one on the list for premiere rewatch.
There's still like 3 minutes left of this episode, so let's let it play out.
Let's do it.
But getting over here to see this thing, and I'm thinking of other things too, like some of the more magically inclined people, because Jim Egan is so far out away from that. Not that he's against it, but he's resigned his focus of his work to be the pre-magical Enochian John Dee. I think if he puts his head together with some of these people, like Aaron Leach comes to mind. He's someone I only found out about recently, but he did the Abermelin ritual successfully and all this stuff, and him and his wife, they're kind of like a magic power couple. But he studies and writes and works in grimoires specifically. So I think there's a chance that we could send some links Jim's way and get get more synapses firing, getting more spark plugs kicking off sparks. Because I know I said this to you before, to both of you, Jim and Tracy, that I felt like there was something special about this. Not just that Jim's got a little bit more clout than our average guest, but that I had like a gut feeling that this is something. And then he announced that this is actually the date. Our show number 42 with him is the dawning of the age of Aquarius. And I'm thinking, okay, I think my gut feeling is right. Maybe this isn't
is
the
the dawning
perfect
of
day, but I think it means
age of
something for us to
Aquarius.
all have that vibe. So
3 years ago
It's
on
time
Ash
to grab
Wednesday.
Lady Occasion by the hair.
yeah, I got to get a hold of that lock of
That's a
hair.
big announcement.
It's a huge announcement.
Maybe tapping. We were all wrong with the tapping. We're supposed to be
We need the
reaching for Lady Luck's curly Q.
Jim Egan before,
Well,
All
so
right.
anyway, is it about time to say okay bye?
I think it is. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to let it go at that. He popped in and out and in and out. It's very late. I don't want to keep him any longer anyway. And I will definitely correspond with him in email, and you do the same. And let's see if we can make a plan for costume party. So.
Okay.
All right. Well,
No.
folks, we're I'm tapped out here, man. My brain is just swimming with information. So, like we do every week, we're gonna give you the big wave and the okay, bye. I'm gonna push the button now. Okay, bye.
okay, bye.
Okay, bye. That's a lot of fun.
That was awesome.
Is there any part you like to go back to? Start it over again? Morris hieroglyphic combining
There were some spots
symbols.
that I want to, go back and screenshot.
There's a lot of great art. Here's our man John D.
Do you remember the beginning of the episode? Tracy came on. She had the on her head.
I cannot hear you clearly.
Remember at the beginning? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah, the beginning.
At the beginning when Tracy came out, she had the Ash Wednesday ash mark on her head.
Yes.
So like she came on like without any like conversation time, just like came right on and then we went right live that day. So we didn't have any time to like say hello or like
Okay.
discuss it. And she had that ash on her head, and like at first I wanted to like make a joke or something to bring attention to it, but the conversation was so good I
Yeah,
kind
the
of like
ash.
forgot. And then I was like thinking about it, and I was talking to Sean about it, and he said, I don't think, it strikes me that Tracy's the kind of person that she didn't just put that ash spot on her head by herself.
Mm-hmm.
Like she valued the ritual of it, so she probably went down to the church and had it put on,
Oh yeah, by a priest.
by a priest, or I don't know enough about it to know. And I was like I totally had that same gut feeling about Tracy. That she actually did do that. Maybe for the experience, She never had a chance to tell us what it was because we didn't ask. And then the conversation was so good, and then she wiped it off.
You're a little distant. We need the present Jim next to the microphone.
Sorry, I put my tablet down. Yeah, it was just such a great episode that we. I mean, like, I can't speak for Sean, but like, I forgot to ask her about it, and then after she wiped it off, it just it left my my mind because I didn't see it, and then we were like done with the episode, and we all went our separate ways. So I like to think that she did go to the church. Have them do it. What do you think?
Churches were open in 2019, so people were going to them like they always would.
Yeah. Sounds like an interesting experience.
And what's kind of chilling looking back is that the following Ash Wednesday really was the beginning of something no one had any real idea as to the extent of the event. So in 2020, there was not an Easter service held in churches because they were closed. So the Lent situation was quite different 1 year later. And if that was the dawning of the age of Aquarius, there's that gradation of transitioning to it. And then exactly 1 year later, March of 2020, just before spring,
Thanks, Jim.
if everyone would have watched RX Only Picture Show episode 42 live, they would have known. It's good information. It's densely packed with information. And then the revelations, the epiphanies, hit you so hard.
Yeah, it's sweet. Experience.
Yeah, do we want to end the stream and then say goodnight to everybody who's maybe still watching this live? I know people probably discover it after the fact in the future. But for those in the present, maybe we say farewell for now.
I think we'll be doing this something again.
It's very difficult to hear you.
I think I'm going to be doing this style thing or something that it might evolve into in the future.
Yes, I like that. Sunday nights are okay, I think.
Sunday nights are a good night for that. I can't make all of them, but
right. That one Sunday night a month perhaps, or every other or every third or something.
Yeah, I could probably do like I don't know. We'll see. I mean, I could do like 3 out of 4 sometimes. Sometimes yeah, who knows? If I make time for it, then I could do it every Sunday.
Right.
It would be fun to hack through them. I'll have to give notice the day of when I plan to do it. I think I might be doing it next week.
Yeah, maybe there's no pressure to even give notice. We just do it as we want to do it and serendipitously let people arrive to the stream as they find it.
That's kind of the idea. I think that they're being watched not order of number, but by order of inspiration.
Yeah. And then to get some of the old regulars back in to do the commentary over
Yes.
it. You know, Sean SB would be great. Occult Fan was in chat.
Oh
Could
yeah,
get some of the others, Snake.
I agree. A commentary. That was kind of what I had in mind. So I wasn't really sure how it would work out, but that seems pretty cool. You know.
Yeah,
Just
we
have to
can
share our microphone.
pause it after a complete thought in the episode and then talk about it as it feels natural. Or
They seem like,
if the video needs to be paused because we need to make sure it's playing.
yeah, that really worked out well when you started streaming it from your
It's a good sound test, technology test. So I think we can sign out of YouTube now. It's almost 4 hours and 20 minutes on the stream.
Good night, you guys.
Say good night. Wednesday. It's 2 days from now.
2 days from now. Ciao.
And then Weaving Spiders Welcome, episode 6, 9.